Howdy, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Let me know if I'm sounding good, if I'm looking good. Just me tonight, May 28th, coming to you live from Palm Beach County, Florida, Lake Worth. To be exact, I'm in the Dancing Elephant bookstore, Florida's #1 religious, metaphysical, spiritual, you name it, occult bookstore. And I used to do a lot of call-in shows. That was a big part of the channel before. And I don't know, some things changed. I moved into a house. Whatever, my van stopped running. Things got shifted up a little bit. And just haven't done them in a while. But here we are, going to do it again. So I know a lot of you guys liked to call in. And we'll field whatever tonight. So if you're, whatever you guys want to talk about, if there's any stuff in my videos you guys want to dive into, let's get into it. If you want to debate, we can debate too. But don't feel like I'm going to try and tear your head off if you come in. You know, if you want to just chit chat, that's okay. But yeah, I'd like to debate vegetarianism, of course. That's always a good one. That gets people kind of worked up and impassioned. But we can talk about whatever. I see we got a couple people in the chat already, or queued up to call in. But yeah, guys. Copy the link. It's on the screen down there. And then it's also in the YouTube chat. So if you're watching on YouTube, go look at the YouTube chat. There's a link. And copy it or click on it, and it should bring you here. If you're on a phone, it should work easy. If you're on a computer, it works better on Chrome. So that's pretty much it. And I know you flesh eaters out there are not afraid of any soy boys, right? You guys can handle yourselves in a civil debate. So I know we don't have any flesh eaters tucking their tail and running. But come call in, y'all. We'll bring the first call in. Give me a thumbs up if I sound good. Thumbs up emoji if I sound good. Yeah, I'd love to get 20 flesh eaters versus 20 flesh eaters. That'd be nice. What do they call it? The Jubilee. We could do a JEW Billy. We'll do a Jubilee tonight. But all right, we'll bring the first one in. Long-time supporter here. Big-time supporter. Moy Freestyle Life. What's up, man?
Oh, yeah. What's going on, man? Great day.
Good to hear from you again. How you been?
Good, man. No complaints. Hanging in there, as they say. All is well. I don't know if I have anything to argue with you about because I'm not a flesh eater.
Nice. Well, what's on your mind?
So what's on my mind was something that recently you guys were talking about the other night, which was the conversation about like CERN and these kind of things going down, and then that they were making a couple of them in the United States.
CERN, like particle collider type places. Yeah, I don't know much about that. I think it was Juan who told
me. It was the episode when you were on with Juan. Yeah. And yeah, he was more detailed about it. But I don't know. I think that's something that has to do with something that's relevant in today's time. And then I don't know. I was wondering if maybe because Florida is trying to ban the weather manipulation. So I don't know. Maybe if that's something that's connected. I don't know. Maybe Orange Man knows something that we don't know about weather manipulation or CERN or
Yeah.
I don't know. That was what was on my mind.
Yeah, those are some good topics. As far as Trump having any influence on like weather manipulation or against it, I can speak to the fact that Palm Beach Island is one of the last places in America to get 5G. To my knowledge, they do not have 5G yet. So
Oh wow.
that's Palm Beach Island. Palm Beach Island, I'm in Palm Beach County, but we're on the mainland, right? Palm Beach Island, once you cross the bridge, that's where all the Trumps, Bill Gates, Epstein's, the elite, that's where they live, on the island. People say Palm Beach. You never really hear island unless you're down here. But it's really an island. So once you're on the island, there's no 5G towers. If there are, they're well hidden. And from everything I've heard, Donald Trump has supported the people on Palm Beach Island who want to keep them away. So I guess one of the, maybe something, if you don't like Trump, maybe you could say, oh, well, he's protecting the people close to him, from that stuff. I look at it as, well, at least he's conscious of it. And if the places he has most influence over, if that's all he can get done, it looks like he's getting it done. I hope that'll trickle over into, Palm Beach Island sets a precedent, Florida follows suit, and then America hopefully follows suit. But you know me, I'm for it. If we can ban weather modification, let's do it. I was just saying a couple days ago, maybe 2 or 3 days we just had here in Palm Beach County, I didn't see a single chemtrail, and I was looking for them. But
so you notice that you have a lot less than let's say other people are talking about, because where I am, it seems like they're all over the place. Last couple of days we've had some normal clouds, but normally it's these kind of blanket clouds that you can definitely tell are caused from the spraying.
Yeah, I don't know. Where I am, I really don't see many, actually, ever, that often. But when I traveled, when I was over close to New Orleans like a week ago, I definitely saw a lot on the way there. A lot.
Do you think it's going to be a state by state thing? Like every state's going to have the choice whether they want to get their state blanketed by whatever these particles are?
Well, it's hard to do that state by state because, who owns the air, right? What gets sprayed in Georgia might fly over to Florida and vice versa. So
Do you think
the
it's
less
connected
spraying,
to?
the better.
True. Yeah, no, hopefully no spraying. Have you heard about the blue water showing up in people's places after the rain from the spray?
No, but I do know that golf courses use a green dye that's actually really blue because they put it on dead grass sometimes too. So it has to compensate for the brown. So it's like almost a blue dye that makes the grass green. If it rains right after they put that on, you can see some blue water around Florida, like extra blue water. Some of the lakes use blue dyes too and stuff. But who knows, man? Only God controls the weather, and God's going to give us exactly what we deserve. The weather will be great. I have plenty of sunny days to be happy about. I could care less what they're doing with the weather. Bunch of fucking nerds in laboratories. It can't hurt us. No weapon raised against us shall prosper. Right?
Oh yeah, and what about the other sun? Did you hear about that? They want to put up another sun in the UK or block the sun.
Yeah, they've been talking about that for a while. You know, the UK is full of vampires. England has some bad genetics. Okay, they're nothing like the Irish, right? They're a glorified Khazarian colony, right? A lot of the English, but who knows? They'll probably go for it. Europe is real dumb with the climate agenda stuff. For some reason, they fall for that really hard, and who knows? It won't work. Don't let any of this stuff fear you. You know, make you afraid.
That's
None.
good
I
advice.
know.
I appreciate that.
You know, and the things they had us worried about 20 years ago, so many of them never materialized, right? Y2K, 2012, all this stuff. You know, I remember talking about HARP 15 years ago. People were like, oh, yeah, that's what they used on 9/11. And, oh, they're going to ramp it up and they can reduce the city to dust, you know, and they were saying stuff like that 10, 15 years ago. None of that ever really happened. And who knows? Don't worry. You got a girlfriend?
No.
Worry about
Why?
that.
What does that
Worry
have to do
about
with the
that.
weather?
Because when you have a good, you know, you got a good shotty by your side, you won't worry about that BS. Who cares?
Hey.
The next generation's gonna come through no matter what. It's okay.
True, true. I appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Longo.
Thanks, Moy Freestyle Life. He's always a great supporter. Shout out to him. He's feeling a little sideways today, I guess. But I hope I can be of some reassurance. All right, next up we got Desert Trance here. Desert Trance, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Chilling. What's up? What can I do for you?
I caught one of the podcasts where you were talking about oranges in particular, and kind of
Yeah.
I can't remember. But what farms do you recommend? I'm here in Salt Lake City, Utah, and I would like to improve on the type of citrus I get.
Man, I don't know. You want me to be straight up about citrus?
Yep.
Florida citrus is in rough shape right now. I can't speak to the neighborhood markets and stuff. I'm sure they're always doing great.
Uh-huh.
Or I'm sure, you know, things are probably tough on them in general, but I've largely diminished my orange juice intake because the orange juice is of such poor quality nowadays. I don't buy a lot of like oranges on their own. You know, I usually get like mandarins if I'm eating them, like clementines and stuff. But the orange juice, if we can judge off the orange juice is not good right now. I don't
Yeah,
know if
but
that's
I thought you were recommending, and I was trying to find it within the podcast. I can't remember who the guest was, but you were recommending a certain area of oranges as far as like the cleanliness, and I'm looking for a place where I can just order like cases of them. You don't have any recommendations on like particular farms?
Yeah, you know, I really don't. I'm not in tune with where to buy good citrus. You know, it's just, believe it or not, yeah. When it's in season, it's just abundantly around me. And
Yeah.
I can just go to the little like flea markets and Hispanic grocery stores close to my house, and they've got a lot. Now, if you know Seth, have you seen Seth on my show?
Like I don't recall it right away.
Seth is the guy with light blonde hair who looks kind of like me.
Okay.
And he's a fruit guy. He's the fruit guy. If you talk to Seth Balin, I know he ships fruit and, you know, he supplies fruit as much as he can, but he'll know. So
with partaking 420, do you grow your own back there in Florida?
I just buy whatever my dealers got. I'm not
And
picky.
this might be old FAQ type of stuff, but how and when did you get involved with your bookstore?
Yeah. So during COVID, my brother and I, like right when COVID started, everything was locked down.
Yeah.
My brother and I went into a bookstore. We realized that there was a metaphysical bookstore in our town that we'd never been to.
Hmm.
And it was really like hidden away, tucked away in a dilapidated plaza. And it was called the Rainbow Bridge. The Rainbow Bridge was opened in 1972. And it ran for about 50 years. So we went in there like 2020-ish, 2021. And we met the owner, went in, and before we went in, my brother read all the reviews for the bookstore. And he was like, "Oh, this is going to be a good one," because
Cool.
all the reviews were like 1 star. And they were either 5 star saying the best occult bookstore in Florida, exclamation point, exclamation point.
Yeah.
Or most of them were like 1 star, 2-star review.
Hot or cold,
This
huh?
this place is dusty, disorganized, and the man is racist. You know, great selection, but the European, the grouchy European, owner chased me out and cursed me out, stuff like
Yeah.
that. So that's kind of how he was. So the previous owner, he's kind of like a grandfather to us now. His
Oh,
name
cool.
was Tamaj. Tamaj ran the bookstore. He opened the bookstore. He was a Hungarian immigrant, escaped communism in like the 50s, moved late 50s, early 60s. I forget the exact timeline, but he was in South Florida like before the hippie explosion and during the hippie explosion. He was here in the town that I'm in right now. And he was one of like the leading metaphysical bookstores in the 60s, the 70s, and then 80s. By the late 70s, early 80s, John Lennon had started coming into the bookstore. And Tamaj always likes to tell those stories. And I'm going to tell some of those stories on Monday because we're covering the Beatles on Monday.
That's so interesting because along that same vein, like the first like magic with a K book I've ever had in my collection that I don't know, like it opened my mind and my eyes to things was the memoirs of Billy Shears. Have you heard of that?
Not that particular piece of work, but I'm familiar with Billy Shears being like the
replacement,
alleged double for Paul McCartney. But tell me
there's
about it.
There's a gentleman, Sage Quay. I highly recommend. He's right on your vein. Gets deep into it, but avoids the mania of like an Alex Jones. God bless him, though. He's done a lot of work that woke me up. But in the book, you read it linearly, right? But then in bold, you read down, and it's the largest apocrypha, world record apocrypha, I guess. And what the story is Billy is in a process of disclosure. And so he can do it through these books. And there's like a sequence of 3. I gave one away to a friend of mine in a band called The Church. They're in Australia. They're considered a one-hit wonder. They have Under the Milky Way during Donnie Darko, where the things are coming out of their bellies. That's their song, but they're still kicking. Regardless of that, this book series, a linguistic Mason, I guess. He actually taught at BYU. I'm here in Salt Lake, and he was given all these manuscripts to kind of break down and write within code specific times and dates that are just irrefutable. And the books, like they do, I mean, I had an edible, but they have an effect on you because like when you get past the facade of the music, peace and love, and like kind of like something about the Laurel Canyon. I can't remember the that writer who passed away, who just kind of showed this lineage of murder and connection with like Frank Zappa and the lead singer of the Doors, Morrison, how they all have government parents. Same with the Warlocks or Grateful Dead. Like it's not the best and the talented that make it. It's the connected, and not even make it, I guess, in the sense of getting pushed in our face. But with Billy Shears, like one of the huge ones that Sage Aquay has done, he did the Beatles write their own music, and it's not a half hour, it's not an hour, it's 6 hours, and it, like yesterday, it's stolen from this traditional, really beautiful piece from Italy. You know what I mean? That's why it hits us with a sense of nostalgia, like we remember it, because these are old chords. And when you get to the sheer amount of music supposedly Lennon and McCartney wrote, it's impossible. Or no, they're just legends. They're just gifted. But then when you listen to a lot of these studio musicians like Richard Purdy, who they could not. Ringo Starr could not. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that. I play guitar. I play drums.
Yeah.
I'm not like a world class player.
But you get it.
I'm Beatles level player.
Yeah.
And you can tell there's things that Ringo Starr was incapable of doing.
Absolutely. And there's a reason they stopped touring live. You know what I mean?
Yep. And then they also say that Ringo quit the band abruptly for one album. And they say, oh, well, Paul filled in on drums.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He just, I guess I could pick that up and give it a shot. Yeah. And then you wouldn't even notice.
Do you know physically they say the man is, the main replacement is Vivian Stanshall? Are you familiar with who he is?
No.
He's in it from an amazing band that was tied with Monty Python, because they would do sketch kind of comedy, and it's called Bonzo Doodah Band. Dadaists. They're part of the Dadaist movement, and they do a lot of performance pieces. But you listen to the music; it's so fucking clever and catchy. And then you can see little angles of where, okay, McCartney. They had one hit single called "I'm a Spaceman," and the person who helped him in the studio record this one hit, Paul McCartney. And then on Magical Mystery Tour, they have a performance from Bonzo Doodah Band, and it's called Death Cab for Cutie. And the only two members of the Beatles that can watch them are George Harrison and John Lennon, because it's McCartney. And you can see in the angle, like his lankiness in his elbows. And I don't know, when you look at Vivian Stanshall's son, who is Billy Shears, it looks like a young Vivian Stanshall, not a young Paul McCartney at all. And so that, when you look at the bloodline, to me, it's irrefutable. And there's even ties to where they think Vivian's or Billy Shears' dad is Aleister Crowley from all the sex magic rituals he did.
Well,
it's good
point. Good point. And I do know that it's believed the term Beatles is derived from an Aleister Crowley poem.
Yeah,
The Winged Beetle.
Yeah,
and I don't know if it's that poem or if it's another poem where
no,
the word
that.
beat, B-E-A-T, is prominently featured multiple times. Like in poetry, they'll like repeat.
Yeah, like a
word
haiku
as
almost.
kind of like a theme. Like it'll be like, and on and on and on. Well, in one of these poems, it says beat, beat, beat. Or, and he beats and he beats and he beats, something like that. So they took winged beetle, and then the fact that he repeats beat a couple times, B-E-A-T, beetle, B-E-A-T, the Beatles, B-E-A-T, Beatles.
So much symbology.
Pun. Yeah. And puns also. I like to play with words, as most people know.
I know, yeah.
Freud, who is who he is.
Disgusting, yeah.
Freud said the language of the unconscious mind is puns.
Have you seen the series, The Winged Beetle? Like, it went up to like 92 episodes, but there's a quick 2-hour version of it that they put in HD. So you can see a lot of like the documents and the book that was supposed to be released by one of their, I don't know. It's amazing. To me, it's amazing when you see that level and you can appeal the whole music industry, from that.
Desert Trance, where are you calling out of?
I'm in Salt Lake City.
Oh, right. Yeah. You
Yeah.
said that.
That book,
Here, let's-
I think you would love the book, and it fit into your bookstore. You know what I mean? Just the website's
Yes.
interesting because you can buy the book.
Strange Things in Laurel Canyon or something like that.
That's the one. But the Memoirs of Billy Shears is this disclosure book with the extra code. I'll grab it off my shelf if you want. It's pretty cool to look at, and it's a 2-volume series. And they do it where it's like one eye because it's one of each eye. And at the same time they did this last edition was when Paul McCartney's lyrics book came out, and the same thing. And I went to one eye in each A to J and whatever the rest of the alphabet, and it's just the books were both sold on the same site.
Desert
cool.
Trance. We're gonna watch this video together.
Cool.
And then I'm gonna let you go. This is
Cool.
Bernard Purdy claiming that he was the Beatle in disguise. He was the Beatles behind the scenes. He was the drummer filling in for Ringo because they wanted. It's kind of like when the Jonas Brothers play their instruments. You know,
Absolutely.
Can they play their instruments? Yeah, they can.
Yeah.
But are they the ones composing everything in the studio? Absolutely not.
No way. Yeah.
They might get the training wheels put on afterwards, and kind of they can get by playing it live a little bit. But yeah, so that's the point. Here's Bernard Purdy admitting to this. Hang on.
Playing on 21 tracks of the Beatles. Half of them had no drums because they kicked him out in the beginning. And the whole point is that whether you realize it or not, whether you want to believe it or not, it becomes irrelevant at this point. But you're going to find out that he's not on anything. The man made his money and everything else was made by live. He looked the part that they wanted. He was the one that he chose, and that's what they did. But the making of those records and the fixing of those records, 98% of them were first recorded early in England and brought to the United States to be done and fixed. That's why Mercury Records and Capitol Records, they both have Beatles albums. I did mine in the Capitol Studio in New York City. I had no idea who the hell the Beatles were or anything else. I was doing a job. And that, for me, is the hardest thing because I've had my life threatened too many times. And at this point in my life, I don't care anymore. And it really doesn't bother me whether I talk about it or do anything else about it because I don't have to go back there or to deal with it in life anymore. There are 4 drummers on the Beatles' music. Ringo is not one of them. The Beatles' music was.
Yeah, you've seen that video?
Yeah, you'll love Sage Aquay. Like, if you can, write it down. Go to his site. He's so thorough. And the research doesn't stop. He kept trying to back away from it. And he just had a 13-year-old girl come on that did all this research from another angle. Like he said that we'd never see.
Oh, wow.
Can I show you this book real quick? This is part 1, right? So it's like,
Sure.
I don't know if you can see that, 34 to 36. But look at the last page, how many pages it is. Ends at 666 pages.
Wow.
And here's a part 1, you know. And like I was saying, you go through the book and there's a different language in the highlighted stuff. So you read that. Paul was hired. Paul falling as Humpty Dumpty's entering my death world. And I don't know, just such an interesting, the way it was curated and the history of it. You would be into it.
Thanks, Desert Trance.
Yeah, it's fun.
You're not the first to recommend Sage
Aquay.
Sage Aquay. But
yeah.
Thanks for calling in, man.
Call
in again soon. Peace. All right, we got Cucumber up next. He's called in before. Yo, you talking shit about the commercials? You come call in. I'll explain why there's commercials on a live stream. I don't control that. You want me to do it for free? Okay, that's nice of you. Yeah, thanks for that. No broke boys allowed in the chat, okay? If you can't pay premium, you shut the hell up. You'd be lucky someone from Florida is talking to you like this. Broke boys. Stanking up in here. All right, Cucumber, what's up?
Hey, how's it
How you
going?
doing? You got
I'm
YouTube
just
Premium?
chilling.
You got YouTube
Maybe.
Premium?
No, not yet.
All right, see you later. No, just kidding. What's up?
I'm cooking up some mycelium bacon that my coworker told me it tasted just like bacon. So
All right, he's out of here. No, he's out of here. Just kidding. You're a mushroom guy? I'm just teasing.
oh yeah. The most recent girlfriend I dated, so my ex, she's oh shit,
Yeah.
it's just me.
No, sorry,
Yes,
it was just me.
that's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she watched this I don't know what type of documentary it was. I didn't finish it. But the guy called mycelium, like he thinks mushrooms are just the worst of the worst, like because it grows on dead things. He just kept on ripping on mushrooms, and she was trying to convince me, and I was a little conflicted. I'm like, I like you, but I like I like the mushies. But yeah,
Who's
um,
do you know who that old like medieval herbalist is? Hildegard. What's her name?
oh, I
What's her
don't
name?
know. I barely paid attention to. I only know Timbuktu herbs, really.
Hildegard of Blingen. Yeah, Hildegard of Bingen.
Okay.
So apparently there was this medieval like woman. Yeah, people in the chat got it right. Yeah, thank you. Hildegard von Bingen. She wrote on all these herbs and flowers and ingredients and foods. And apparently she didn't like mushrooms. I could be totally wrong on that. I haven't read it myself, but from what I've heard, we sell her books here or books about her, that she didn't like mushrooms. And she said they had like a lack of, because they didn't need much light or warmth. I could be wrong. Yeah, kind of like what you're saying. They're like anti-life, like they're too musty. And I know that's not your position. You're just bringing it up, but
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a different angle. I've never really questioned mushrooms until I listened to all these haters. But yeah, hearing different takes on it. Whether it's because it grows on dead things, like, or it's like the texture for some people. I think it mimics meat really pretty well. Like if
yeah,
you think about it.
that's a good point because here, do you have any headphones?
Oh shit. Yeah.
I think
You can hop. I'll hop back in when I find them.
it's okay. It's not that bad. It looped once or twice. Not a big deal.
I can turn you down. There you go. Yeah. Sometimes it
Thanks.
peaks.
Well, so the mushrooms, it's a good topic because in the Garden of Eden, it's been theorized what was the forbidden fruit. What was the fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil? And most people kind of assume it's a fruit that you'd pluck from a tree and eat, like an edible fruit. But the whole garden was filled with edible fruit. And God said, you can eat all the fruit. But then you have the element that it's seemingly entheogenic or psychedelic, right? When they eat the fruit, their pupils open up in the Garden of Eden. Their eyes are opened, right? not only do they have this effect, like, whoa, their pupils, you could interpret that as their pupils opening up. Their eyes were opened. And, they realized they were gods or felt like they were gods. That sounds like a mushroom to me. Now, again, not many people realize mushroom is considered fruit. It's the fruiting part of the organism. It's the fruiting body, right? So mushroom qualifies as a fruit, but it doesn't bear seed. So we can understand why in the Garden of Eden, or in the ancient period remembered as the Garden of Eden, that there might have been a taboo or a commandment placed against, consuming mushrooms. Number one, mankind was created vegetarian in the Garden of Eden. Whether you like vegetarianism or not, that, biblically speaking, that's the case. Mankind was created. Genesis chapter 1, verse 29 tells us, right after God says, oh yeah, you have dominion over the animals, he says, but fruit and herb bearing seed, that will be meat for you. That'll be food. So fruit and herb bearing seed, that's mango, banana, coconut, all that. But mushrooms don't necessarily fall in. It's hard to place mushrooms inside of those kind of instructions. It's not an animal, but it's not a fruit bearing seed. So we can understand, number one, they don't fit into those categories. That could have earned it a taboo and a warning in the Garden of Eden. Then you have the fact that many, many mushrooms can kill you. Or, I've heard conflicting things on that. Mushrooms are toxic. They have the ability to hurt you. Many, many of them can hurt you, send you to the hospital, or worse, can kill you. But some of them are tuned just right to send you on this wonderful little trip. Maybe the taboo, the warning in the Garden of Eden, was placed to just say, you know what, let's err on the side of safety. If God just tells mankind, you can't have any mushrooms, then you won't have to worry about them eating a poisonous one. Now, Eve might have rolled the dice and got lucky with a psychedelic mushroom that wasn't too dangerous. But yeah, another thing is realizing they were naked. That sounds like a mushroom trip too. How many people have taken mushrooms, whipped off their clothes, realized, found themselves somewhere other than where they started, and realized they didn't have their clothes on, right? So taking mushrooms, often people want to pull their clothes off, or they realize, oh, where are my clothes later on? All that's kind of described in the first 2 chapters of Genesis. So mushrooms are a good candidate for the fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And man, how many people attribute their like a newfound conscience or kind of an epiphany, a reevaluation of their life and morals and ethics after taking mushrooms. So just going back to your point about like mushrooms maybe not being safe for you. In general, mushrooms shouldn't be, we should be weary of them. Many of them can kill us. A lot of them come from poop too. Luckily in Florida, we have some that are psychedelic that you don't have to pull out of poop, which is pretty cool. But there was taboos and warnings placed on them in ancient times, understandably. And, it's also worth mentioning, there's a lot of raw foodists out there, right? And most of them that I've talked to don't recommend eating mushrooms raw. So I think that's probably what most people agree on is mushrooms, if you're going to eat them, should be cooked. I like mushrooms. But we also need to realize they're super, super smart. They can almost have like a parasitic effect. Like, in all these zombie movies, that's mushrooms, right? Cordyceps, right? They have a mind control element to them. They can control your behavior. You think it's in a human's best interest to be taking grams and grams and grams of mushrooms at these music festivals all day? Not necessarily. I think the mushroom does have a degree of power over people's behavior, right?
Yeah, did you know about the ant that kind of gets zombified by a fungi or a
Yeah.
fungus? Yeah, and goes up into a canopy or what have you, and its head explodes and all that. I think it's called
Yeah, it happens to a lot of insects.
uh there's this mushroom called Jean in like Haiti that I think that's one of those mushrooms that does that to the ants. But I tried it. You're supposed to make rice with it, but it was pretty sandy. Uh, it's supposed to make the rice alkaline too, allegedly. So
Wow.
I was trying it out, but the sand was a little too much. I should have filtered out the sand and the mushrooms. Really, that's how you're supposed to do it for the recipe. But yeah, the mushroom zombifying insects has to be the coolest part. That's like when you look at it from like an outside like perspective, like imagine like having that ability. That's kind of weird, just that's like straight out of a horror movie right there.
Yeah. There's mushrooms that we come into contact with all the time that do that to insects. And I think, it's the Last of Us, right? The series, they explain in like the opening episode, oh yeah, the only thing keeping us from being susceptible to that is like our body temperature or something like that. Again, I don't know if it's fiction or not, but I would just say, yeah, be wary of mushrooms. We're closed. Sorry. Be wary of mushrooms because they're intelligent. And a cat, it's like a cat almost. Like a cat can be a great pet, but be careful. The boundaries, you got to set boundaries because if you're not careful, you'll catch that cat controlling your life. You start adhering to the cat's, not just the cat's needs, but the cat's wants. You know what I mean? There is a symbiotic mutual relationship, a balance. But with mushrooms, just be careful. Yeah, most people are just like, yeah, mushrooms are great. Mushrooms are great. I love mushrooms. I think they're great, nutritious, great medicines. But there are people who I would say out there, like in the music festival community and like the herbalism community, who are just walking, talking mushroom zombies that are like, all these people at music festivals, I think they're like acting out what the mushroom wants. I always think this about like frat parties. Like frat parties are the alcohol demon, like getting full ride, full say in everyone's behavior, right? It's just a parasite breeding ground, a frat party. Oh, Dr. Longo's just pissed because he didn't get invited to the frat parties. No, I was selling weed to all the frat parties. Okay. I was doing okay for myself. But the undercooked meat, the constant grilling, like undercooked hot dogs and hamburgers, the constant day drinking, you can't tell me that's not unconscious behavior. I mean, that's not just a good time, right? There's other good times to be had. That's parasites acting out their will through the dumbest and most gullible and most easily manipulated in society, who happen to be young and dumb, and people grow out of it. But that's my take is, yeah, just be careful with mushrooms. Make sure they're working for you. You're not working for them. Another thing is it's like dairy, your relationship with your mother. Sorry, I'm reading comments. I get confused. your relationship with dairy is largely determined by your relationship with your mother. So, you'll notice most people are either take it or leave it with cheese. They either love cheese, right? It like hits them like a drug, like an opioid, or they hate cheese. They don't want it on anything. Mushrooms have the same kind of relationship. They're also associated with the mother, and someone's relationship with their mother is going to be kind of expressed in their relationship with mushrooms. I know that sounds vague, but it's true. Very often people who quit cheese start loving mushrooms and vice versa. So
I wanted to be Jesse Lee Peterson and ask you if you forgave your mother. You
yeah.
hear his spiel on parents?
No. What is it?
Basically, like your pops didn't protect you from your mother, and your mother basically is evil or whatever, or like, say, children of the fallen or whatever.
Yeah. Well, all women are evil and all men are adamant. Men are adamant, women are evil.
Mm.
All Adam words go back to Adam, all Eve words go back to Eve.
Oh,
Evil.
damn.
All women are evil because they descend from Eve. All free will is evil. The devil is evil. All those words have Eve, and Eve is the fall time. It's the fall time of the day. The sun falls, night comes, right? Sometimes
Yeah.
sunset is so seductive, right? That's Lucifer tempting the sun into the night, tempting you to go out at sunset. Oh, wow, it looks so great, beautiful. Come on, sweetie, let's go out. Boom, then it's dark. Then you're in the middle of a parking lot, getting jumped
On mushrooms.
by four purple guys. Let's just call them, okay? But yeah, fall is Eve, and the fallen state is evil. What's fallen is evil, and what's evil is fallen. And yeah, that's where Eve words come from. Evil.
Wow.
But
Thanks for the words, man.
totes. Anytime, cucumber.
All right. Later, guys.
Peace. Watch out for those mushrooms, my dude. All right, we got a packed house. Might have a full room. So if you can't get in, it might be because there's too many people in right now. There's like a 10-person limit. All right, next up we got Ox Christ. Ox Christ.
Yes, can you hear me?
What's up? Yeah, sorry. Hey, how
All
you
right.
doing? Good to see
Pretty
you.
good. How are you? So where do I begin? So I know you did like some previous videos, like addressing James Tabor's work.
Yeah.
So have you heard of the Shapiro Scroll?
Shapiro scroll. No, I don't think so. Tell me about it.
Okay, so he's talking about that nowadays. So basically, you know how like they found the Dead Sea Scrolls back in the day?
Yes.
Okay, so they found another scroll called the Moses Scroll because it was found by a guy named Moses. Okay.
Right.
It's also called the Shapiro Scroll.
Yeah.
All right.
Moses Shapiro. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So the thing about that scroll is in the book of Deuteronomy or whatever in that scroll, it doesn't mention animal sacrifices. So, and we all know, like, animal sacrifices, like, was never commanded by God, right?
Yep. At
Okay.
least not at first. Yeah.
See, I would say never at all, me personally.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So, like, with that being said, okay, so I got some notes here. I'm looking at. All right. So, have you seen the movie Constantine, where some part in the movie,
With Keanu?
yeah.
Yeah.
So, some part in the movie, it states that they have Bibles in hell,
Right.
versions of Bible in hell.
Mhm.
And me personally, I think the version of the Bible that we have is like a hellish version of the Bible. Okay. So with
Okay.
that introduction laid, who like in as far as our Bible, when was the first sacrifice made?
I know the King James version really well, and I know Tabor doesn't. He has some issues with the King James version. My kind of position has always been, let's take the worst of the worst Bible, and even in that one, blood sacrifice is never glorified the way that the churches want you to think it was. So even with all the additions and possible interpolations, you can still make a wonderful case for vegetarianism in the Bible and no sacrifice ever being in the Bible. Now, for me, it almost feels too easy to be like, oh, well, actually, this translation has none of that in it. And that's probably the case. It's probably true. But I'd like to meet them on their playing field. So when I use the King James version, I'm okay with what's in there. I think it's the best English Bible that there is out there in the English language. But if you're asking about like the Common Bible, the King James version, and the adaptations of it, the first real animal sacrifice is when Noah gets off the ark. Cain and
Okay.
Abel make an offering, but there's no bloodshed mentioned, and there's not an altar mentioned. Noah builds the first altar and makes the first explicit bloodshed sacrifice.
Okay. So I have a slightly different take on that. I think it happened even before then. So if you
Okay.
go to like the story of Adam and Eve, the Garden of Eden,
Okay.
what happened?
You mean like the furs? You mean like the animal furs?
Exactly.
God gave them skins of animals?
The God in the
Yeah.
Garden of Eden, he was the first one who did the animal sacrifice to
Mhm.
cover up their nakedness, which is basically a metaphor for covering up their sin.
Okay. That's a good
So
point. Yeah.
yeah.
You can
So
you could def go ahead.
yeah, so with that being said, I think the God, as I said, the version of the Bible that we have is very hellish to say the least. And I think
Yeah.
a lot of the heroes are actually the bad guys. And in the case of the story of Adam and Eve, I think the God in the Garden of Eden was actually the bad guy. And
Okay.
the evidence of that is he's sitting up there. Adam and Eve made them a perfectly good wardrobe made out of plants, a blood sacrifice free covering for their sins, right? And here comes, you know, God committing the first animal sacrifice to cover up their sins with blood sacrifices. That was the beginning of the Old Testament sacrifices to cover
Right.
up the nakedness, the sins of the people.
Let me counter with one or two things. It's a great point. It's a great discussion. What jumps out to me is that might be where Adam and Noah, Adam's, family, Noah especially, got the inspiration to take an animal's life. Because up until then, there hadn't been any precedent for animal sacrifice. But as far as Noah wanted to show gratitude to God, and in my opinion, he went about it a foolish way. And he thought he was doing the right thing, but he had violated a previous commandment from God. Now, the God of in the Garden of Eden also says to protect and have dominion over the animals. I would also say that if this is God we're talking about, or something close to God, or an emissary of God, or an angel of the Lord in the Garden of Eden, whatever this representative is, if this is God, I think he can just snap his fingers and make animal skins appear. I don't think he needs to sacrifice or create an altar to get those skins. Those are my two thoughts immediately. What would you think? What would you say to that?
I don't know Okay, so even as I said, the nakedness part, this is all like, I don't think none of this really happened. That's just my take on it. I think it's all like allegory, right?
Okay.
So I think the nakedness represents sin, and even look. So okay, I'm going to go even further. I'm going to go even further to say that the snake in the garden was actually Jesus. And let me give you this a verse from the book of Revelations. Revelation chapter 3, verse 18.
Yeah.
This is Jesus speaking. I counsel thee to buy me gold tried in the fire, that thou mayest be rich, in white raiment, that thou mayest be clothed, and that the shame of thy nakedness do not appear, and anoint thine eyes with eye salve that thou mayest. That sounds a
Yeah.
lot like the snake. The snake is
Yeah.
saying, eat of the fruit, and you're gonna see, you're naked. Hey, you're naked. Hey, clothe yourself. This
Yeah.
is this is what the snake is saying. And
Well,
like Jesus compares himself to the snake many times in the Bible.
yes, he does. And there are things like morning star, evening star getting thrown around with names for Jesus as well. I look at that as, and it's kind of the general interpretation is Jesus, his whole life's mission was addressing the mistakes made by Adam and Eve. So that's why we consider Jesus the new Adam. That's a popular term for Jesus, the new Adam. So when we look at his, going back to James Tabor, some of his teachings, he points out that when Jesus is asked about divorce, he goes back and he doesn't cite Moses, he doesn't cite Exodus or Leviticus. He goes all the way back to Genesis. He goes way right over the Pharisees' heads, and he says, "Well, from the beginning, it was not so. Adam and Eve were man and wife forever." So, as the new Adam, as the Son of God, some people have said, you know, like I said, Jesus being the new Adam, but some people have also said because of the parallels that you're pointing out, some people have said this is why some, not me, but some consider Jesus and Lucifer to be brothers, because Lucifer was kind of, if it's all God's will, then God knew Lucifer was going to be there and that he was going to tempt, and the serpent, right? It's not named Lucifer yet, but the serpent was going to tempt Adam, tempt Eve. Then Eve hands it over to Adam. That never gets dealt with, and that sin never gets fully answered. It only gets delayed through blood sacrifice up until Jesus. When Jesus comes, that pays off that original sin. Largely, in my opinion. Many Christians will disagree with that. But that's why Jesus is so preoccupied with what the serpent on the tree had to say, because that's really all he was worried about. He wasn't worried about, oh, should we start the Sabbath on Friday night or Saturday morning? Like some of the discussions they were having 2,000 years ago. He was worried about the sin that was committed, like you're saying, 6,000, 8,000, 10,000 years ago, 25,000 years, whenever the Garden of Eden was. That's my interpretation. Now, saying that Jesus is Lucifer,
Well, not that he's Lucifer, because I don't know. Yeah, I
okay.
don't know. Cause the word, like the name game, and I don't know. But that he is the serpent. I
How
do
about
think
how
he
about
is a
this?
serpent.
How about this? Are you grateful for the story of Jesus?
Okay, so as far as the story of Jesus, so are you saying that Jesus was the last sacrifice, the final animal sacrifice? Is that
Yeah, that's how I see him. I see that as his life mission to end
mm,
animal sacrifice.
okay? So I think that's basically like a Paulian doctrine. Me personally, I think the modern day Christians that we're dealing with nowadays, they're not actually Christians; they're Paulians, because Paul
Correct.
says that without blood, there is no remission of sins.
You're right.
And that's simply not true, because
You're right.
in the book of Leviticus, they even accepted grain offerings for the remission of sins, because the people were, if you were too poor, they would accept grain offerings, for the remission of sins. So it can't. It's just factually incorrect
Well, what
to
about?
say that. Like there needs to be blood
Okay,
for God
you're
to
right.
forgive somebody.
You're right. This is how I look at Paul, though. You're right in pointing out that most Christianity today is Pauline. It's infected with Paul's theology. You know, Jesus was a real guy. He had a real mom, real brother, real house, as I'm sure you know. Or maybe you doubt that, whatever. But he was a real person in my mind. Now, Paul, there's a couple things about Paul that set him apart from the disciples who actually knew Jesus. Paul, his mission, his goal was to get as many people to join as possible. Okay? And as some people were pointing out in the comments, Paul started out persecuting the Christians. He had a Pharisee background and he was a bit of a Roman loyalist. He kind of saw the possibilities, the potential. He knew that he could turn Christianity into a state religion, that he could replace Roman paganism with this new thing. Now, a big part of that was how much sacrifice, the Israelites, the Hebrews, they weren't the only people doing animal sacrifice 2,000 years ago. Native Americans were doing it. The native South Americans were doing it. Europeans, Asians, everyone had blood on their hands 2,000 years ago. When the surrounding Roman pagans also did animal sacrifice. Now, Paul wanted to get as many birds with one stone as he could. Jesus' own family tried to continue his movement on in Jerusalem. Paul kept taking it farther and farther outside of Jerusalem. The closest family members to Jesus who carried on his movement, just like he carried on the John the Baptist movement, they all wanted to kind of keep Christianity almost like a secret society where you had to be initiated in. You had to be a vegetarian. You had to get baptized, maybe even drowned, a real baptism, right? Brought back.
Kind of like Constantine style. Remember when he was dipped in the water and he entered into hell? But yeah. Go ahead.
Now, so James, the brother of Jesus, who carried on his movement initially at Jerusalem, he wanted the barrier to entry to be very high, right? He wanted, or what's the word? He wanted it to be very hard to be admitted into the movement, kind of like the community at Qumran was that produced the Dead Sea Scrolls, as I'm sure you know. The Qumran Society, they were a very tight-knit, almost militant group of radical, Hebrew apocalypse preachers, right? Jesus came out of that movement, and when Jesus died, that movement was carried on by his brother. Now, his brother was a lifelong vegetarian. We can debate whether Jesus was a vegetarian or not, but everybody knows for sure that his brother James was a lifelong vegetarian.
They were all vegetarians. Yeah.
The earliest schism
Yeah.
in the church, the first great schism of Christianity, was the community of James at Jerusalem who wanted to stay vegetarian. They wanted to make they wanted to make it so that only vegetarians could join Christianity. Paul, and they wanted to keep many of the laws, from the Torah, many of the Mosaic laws, and so on. Whereas Paul wanted to do away with the law, and then he wanted to make it so that anyone could join. And he was taking inspiration from, Jesus eating with the sinners, eating with the harlots and, the whores, the tax collectors. So Paul's vision was to make it anyone can join, anyone can be with us, but also many of those people he's convincing to join, right? Oh, you don't have to change your lifestyle barely at all. All you have to do is believe in Jesus, take the sacrament, the communion. And why was that such a big big issue to him. Why did he make such a big deal out of the blood and the body of Jesus? Because he's meeting people halfway. So many of those people, their only form of religion and worship, we have such a romanticized, like, privileged view of worship and religion today, where everything's gratitude and yes, we live in a great world and thank you to our Creator. 2,000 years ago, you were hacking the heads off chickens and there was not much else. There were people who had it right. There was people who, did their meditation and lived in harmony. But it was a bloody world 2,000 years ago. That's what Jesus saved us from, in my opinion. Now, Paul met these bloody animal sacrificers and human sacrificers somewhat halfway. He spoke their language. He spoke their language only through blood. But guess what? It's not the physical blood that you need to be worried about anymore. It's not the hacking heads off chickens and slaughtering goats and lambs and cows. That does you no good anymore, right? It's these new sacraments. This is the figurative blood, okay? So I'm not really bothered by saying this is the blood, this isn't the blood. Everybody knows that's not blood, okay? You can theologically debate, it transmutes into the blood and the body. Everyone knows that's not the blood and body of Christ. What it is, it's symbolic, it's a metaphor, and what it really is, it's a weaning device to wean people off of their bloody practices that they were on before. Because you can't just take someone who's been sacrificing animals their entire life and then be like, oh, by the way, you're forgiven now and there's no more need to do any of that. Don't ever even think about it again. You can't just pull it out of their DNA. It's in their DNA. So Paul's mission was, he said, yes, these people are bloodthirsty. Their religion already entirely revolves around animal or human sacrifice. Why don't I just kind of dupe them or use their own language to get them on board with what we have? So I don't care if you call bread flesh or wine blood. It's not. And it's resulting in less overall. So I don't care if they call it this or that. I don't see it as a pagan ritual staying alive. I see it as conquering the pagan ritual, conquering the blood sacrifice system. That's how I see it. So Paul, I don't like Paul. I'm okay with calling Paul the deceiver, but clearly God sided with Paul's vision. God didn't want to bless James' path and say, okay, yes, it's going to be a really tight community. You have to be a vegetarian to join. I love vegetarianism. I love Jesus, but I don't think you should have to be a vegetarian to be a Christian. That does kind of defeat the point. And I say this about James and Jesus. James didn't always believe in Jesus. He was wise. He was just. James was wonderful. I'd bend over and, pray at his feet, right? Nothing but respect for the guy. But he also somewhat lacked faith in Jesus. Paul made up for what he lacked in real-time experience with Jesus. James had a whole life with Jesus. He grew up with him. Paul never met him, but still had more faith in him than anybody. That's what God blessed. God didn't bless Paul head to toe, everything he ever said. He blessed the vision that he had because Paul had more faith than the people who actually knew Jesus. The people who actually knew Jesus, like it says in Matthew and so on, when Jesus is being swarmed by crowds and his friends are saying, hey, what about your family? Your mother and your brother, they can't get to you. He says, these people, these crowds, they are my family. And I know that's a little bit like cliche and hallmarky, but that's what he was saying was, these people have more faith in my healing abilities. And another thing I like to say is, if I, just bear with me here, try not to cringe, if I tomorrow woke up as the Messiah, and I woke up being able to heal people with the touch of my hands, do you know who would believe it the least? My own brother. Because my own brother would be like, no, I've known him the whole time. I've eaten with him, lived next to him. I don't believe that. But someone who's never met me before, who meets me for the very first time and meets me with those abilities, that's all he'll know of me. So, just replace me with Jesus in that scenario. Jesus had all these abilities that the people closest to him didn't fully understand because they knew him before he unlocked those abilities. So there was a little bit of a lack of faith with the people closest to him, but Paul was blessed because of how much faith he had. That's my perspective on it, on Paul.
Okay. Well, I don't want to like go to like have a back and forth or anything like that.
That's okay.
But I would just say that I disagree. And the problem with Paul basically saying that Jesus is the final animal sacrifice, it kind of affirms or places the, I don't know, stamp of approval on the previous system of animal sacrifices, which in my opinion was completely, utterly satanic, you know, Babylonian inspired, practice. It wasn't godly at all. So by
You're
him
right.
saying Jesus fulfilled that satanic
Okay.
blood sorcery practice is satanic. I
Okay.
mean,
Well,
in my opinion, I think modern
yeah,
day Christians are blood sacrifice. They were practicing sorcery.
I don't know. That's
That's the way I
maybe
look at it. I
I
don't know.
I see it as the world has always suffered from an evil heart. Humanity has always suffered from an evil heart. Like when Cain kills Abel, God says, now I know, I understand now the imagination of man's heart is evil continually. Okay. Left to their own devices, man. Let me also say this. I got to gather my thoughts here. I don't see it if Christians use terminology like this is a sacrifice, this is the body and flesh of Christ. To me, that is more comforting than them actually doing it. So I don't know what the alternative is for you, is if just nobody talks about it, nobody ever brings it up. I would also like to bring up this point that maybe I think we agree that God certainly never commanded the first animal sacrifice. And we brought this up a little earlier. It sounded like you think God never, ever committed or ordered an animal sacrifice ever.
Never ever.
Well, okay. It's a valid perspective, but
And even
I
in the
would
book of
raise this.
Psalms, even in the book of Psalms, God is making fun of the idea.
You're
Even
right.
if I was hungry, I wouldn't even
You're
tell
right.
you.
But what
It's
if,
like, why would I
what,
need you blood of bulls and goats?
but God does try to teach us lessons sometimes, right? And sometimes will put us through a struggle or a set of conditions that aren't always comfortable or easy or seemingly great, but it serves a greater purpose.
Well, yeah,
Would you agree with that?
like Paul says, he'll give us over to our vile affections.
Right. Well, let's say that God does put us through tests generationally and so on. He wants to steer humanity in a direction where we're developing, right? Now, I would say that regardless of who commanded the first animal sacrifice, I think that it was man's folly. If anything, it was a devil whispering in the ear of man saying, oh, yeah, God would love this if you showed, slaughtered this for him. But when we did commit that first animal sacrifice, somebody did commit the first one somewhere along the way. I think that's in Genesis 7 or wherever, when Noah's getting ready to get on the ark, or gets off the ark, just gets off the ark and sacrifices an animal, kind of in gratitude to God. Now, regardless of what caused him to do that, do you not agree that God may have been pissed off and then said, in my interpretation, how I see it is, God realizes Noah slaughtered an animal and then says, oh, you want to sacrifice animals now? Oh, you're a killer of animals. Well, now the fear of you will be in every animal. Or he says something along those lines. Well, now the animals are going to be afraid of you. You're not going to be the friend, the companion that you were back in the Garden of Eden. Now they're going to be afraid of you. And it seems we're still suffering from that. So it seems that was true to me. And as far as animal sacrifice continuing, right, God could just say, okay, enough of this whenever he wants. God ultimately is steering humanity in the direction he wants. I believe that once we committed the first animal sacrifice, he then punished us by expecting animal sacrifice after that. I think that's laid out in the King James Version, or just, the general Bible. That's how I see it is, yes, we got ourselves into this mess. It was never God's original design for us. But it was part of us receiving free will and making mistakes and all this. And when we did go as far as to slaughter an animal, we violated an earlier commandment in the Garden of Eden that maybe Noah thought didn't apply anymore, but he slaughters an animal. And then it clearly, after Noah slaughters that animal, God is pleased for a little bit, but he's pleased by the smell. He smells the smell. He doesn't see it happen. Then he gives his attention to it, realize what happened, realize there's an altar, realizes there's blood, and then punishes Noah. And I actually see this as another fall of man. There's the fall in the garden. There's another fall when Cain kills Abel, right? You have the first act of free will, Eve taking the fruit. You have the first criminal act, Cain killing Abel. But it had to happen. These things, Cain had to kill Abel for mankind to know what crime and malice were. And likewise, I think we did have to get into the mess of animal sacrifice to kind of know the value of being out of it, to realize the futility of it. That's my perspective, but go ahead.
Well, yeah, I just disagree.
Okay.
I don't think he ever commanded it. I don't think he ever wanted it. Yeah. And, I told my 10-year-old daughter, I asked my 10-year-old daughter, do you think it will be okay, like, when, in order to get my forgiveness, I have you kill our dog? My 10-year-old daughter has more sense than the majority of Christians. The majority of Christians will say that, well, at one point in time, yeah, you would have to like kill one of your animals in order to get God's forgiveness.
Okay.
So my daughter has more sense than.
Yeah.
So I would never
Well,
teach my daughter. I would never teach my daughter that God, in order to get God's forgiveness, he needs to kill the most righteous man on the planet,
yeah.
Jesus. I would never teach my daughter that that's necessary, or
Well,
animals for that matter either.
Well, Adam did not need to slaughter an animal for God's forgiveness. Adam opened his own can of worms that got him in trouble, that mankind's been suffering from, that Jesus, in my view, is the one who patched it all back together. Now, because of Jesus, you can live your own life, go whatever path you want, and say, I want nothing to do with animal sacrifice. 2,000 years ago, it was largely compulsory. It was mandatory. Not just in Israel, not just in Palestine 2,000 years ago. Every continent in the world had animal sacrificers. Every culture's hands are covered in blood. I see it as we're benefiting from the system update that Jesus unleashed on the world. But it's okay. We're going to disagree.
All
I
right.
think you bring up great points about, I'm with you that the Ebionites, the Essenes, Ebionites, early Christians, Judeo-Christians, the Essenes, the Nazarenes, these were largely radically vegetarian populations who believed, as our guest is saying here, that there was never any animal sacrifice in the Bible, that it all came out of Babylon. And I can get behind that. I'm just not knowledgeable enough to say, okay, let's get rid of half the Bible, and then this is our new Bible. I'm okay with the old one. You know why else? When we use the Old Testament, we're not endorsing every single thing in it. It's quite literally a record of man's sinful nature through the generations, through the ages. And if 1,000 years ago everyone rewrote the Bible to put a bunch of blood sacrifice in it, well, guess what? That's what people were thinking and that's what went into the Bible, and I'd still want to know about it. I wouldn't say that I want the squeaky clean Bible that's never been stepped on. Hey, I don't feel entitled to. We're never going to get God's pure, unadulterated word in the palm of your hand, right? It's never going to happen. You're going to have to look up to the stars. You're going to have to turn inward or pop some mushrooms or something like that. I don't think we're ever entitled to a document that is the pure teachings of God. And there's always going to be a little bit of confusion. And that's the prism that is the material world. There's always going to be something messed up. But you bring up great points.
I can agree with that. I do want to recommend one apocrypha. It's called the Clementine Homilies. And basically, they'll basically say, echo what I'm saying, that there's a lot of fraudulent stuff in the Bible. And basically everything I just told you, plus some.
Okay.
The Clementine Homilies. If you would do a video on that book, that would be a controversial video, especially digesting all the claims they make in that video, saying that like as soon as somebody eats animal flesh, automatically the demons have power over that person.
Yeah, I believe that.
So I don't know. So it's a really deep book. But anyways, I'll let you go. Let somebody else talk.
Thanks, Ox Christ. Great topics, great questions. As you can tell, you're the longest guest so far. That gets me fired up, those debates. But I think we're on the same side about most stuff. So thanks to Ox Christ for bringing up some tough questions, and thanks for putting up with me too. We got Mike Merlin's next. What's up, Mike Merlin? How you doing?
Yo, what's up, Dr. Longo? I'm good, man. How are you?
Chilling, dude. Where are you calling from?
Long Island, New York.
Longo Island, was that?
Yeah, Longo Island, New York. Yeah, I actually didn't realize that.
Yeah.
I've called in previously. Last time we spoke, it was your Scorpio episode, and I was the dude who was like, Pluto doesn't fucking exist. And I kind of wanted to revisit that, if that's cool with you.
Totally, yeah.
So since we spoke last, I've actually written a book, and it focuses primarily on geocentrism and astrology.
Right.
And I started researching because I read through all the great texts, Manilius, Firmicus Maternus, so on, and none of them mentioned Pluto, obviously. So sorry, go ahead.
Well, it's non-visible.
Yeah, but it's also, in my opinion, it's not there, right? Because again, going from a geocentric perspective, the heliocentrists are like, oh, it's so dim because it's far. And it's well, no, it's dim because it's dim. It's not farther. It's just dimmer. That's one of my big sticking points for this whole thing.
Right.
And even Uranus and Neptune, man, are extremely questionable. Extremely questionable. I don't think any of them.
Uranus, not to cut you off, but Uranus is visible to the naked eye. No, wait. Yes, Uranus is visible to the naked eye. Is that not true?
Allegedly, but
it is.
I watch the stars all the time. Have you ever seen it with your own eyes, though?
I can't say I've been looking for Uranus, but it's widely accepted as being visible. Now, I know someone in the chat has seen Uranus, so please call in if you have. But okay, I'll hear you out.
Well, sure,
I'm following.
So yeah, but it's okay, are you seeing Uranus? Are you seeing a planet like Mars or Jupiter? Or are you seeing some dim object in the firmament that they're just saying is Uranus? Right. Because researching, I read all the heliocentric books on this. I read Clyde Tombaugh's, Discovery of Pluto book. That's a funny book if you look at it with a critical eye. It's hilarious, dude. Every single one of these outer planets was discovered by an amateur astronomer or student astronomers. William Herschel.
Okay. But forgive me.
Yeah, you're good.
But if it were the head of the Smithsonian astronomy department, wouldn't you be oh yeah, but this was the tops of the most corrupt agencies giving us this info? What's the sweet spot for you? An amateur or a student's not good enough? What's What would be an acceptable contributor of information like that? What's your criteria?
That's a good point. I would say I don't really have one, like just like does the story
Right.
pass the sniff test? And it really doesn't, in my opinion.
Okay.
Like just some fun facts, man. I don't want to take up too much of your time because you got a ton of guests, I know, and the show has been fire so far. So it's cool having these call-ins again, man. We appreciate it.
Good. Thank
you. So Herschel, after he discovered Uranus, he literally thought there was vegetation on the moon. And he described the moon as an English countryside. And it's like, I don't know about you, but you have to be on meth to fucking believe that. You know what I mean? Like, it's so ridiculous.
Yeah, some good gush.
Dude, exactly. He's like, yeah, there's vegetation on the moon. He thought there were lunar metropolises. Lunar cities. He had like demographics mapped out because that's what he thought the lunar craters were. He's like, oh, these craters, which probably aren't even craters, they're just markings that people think are craters. You know what I mean? So it's like the heliocentric mind really just ran wild with, outer space. That's really what it is. Like, oh, wow, we're not the center of the universe. Outer space is big. Let's look into the firmament and, see what's out there. And yeah, like high-powered telescopes can see stuff in the firmament, but it's just dimmer stuff, not farther stuff, in my opinion. And it's true for all of it, man. Like after these planets were discovered, they had problems with every single planet. Like, Neptune was discovered and, all of a sudden Neptune's orbit doesn't match what we think it's going to be, and so on and so forth. And it's just like wild. And there's a lot of precedent for this too, especially when it comes to astrology. Because astrologers in the 1900s, the early 1900s, even after Einstein, like until the 1930s, when I was writing this book, I researched a lot of old magazines.
Yeah.
And they wrote extensively about the planet Vulcan. Are you kind of familiar with Vulcan and astrology?
Yeah, Vulcan's closer on the inner. It's much more close inward, right? Towards the sun, and like Mercury.
Yeah. That's how they explain the three-body problem for Mercury. Like, Mercury doesn't match Newton's laws, so there must be something between the sun and Mercury, pulling Mercury, giving it more gravity in this specific direction. And then Einstein came along with space-time and like, the sun's space-time is warping Mercury. That's why Mercury moves that way. And they walked away from Vulcan overnight. But before they did that, astrologers wrote books on Vulcan. They were taking it seriously, and they gave it they either gave it Gemini or Virgo, depending on the astrologer. And it's just like, in hindsight, it's so silly. And I think just as people who take astrology seriously, it's silly to be misled by heliocentric, pseudoscientists.
Okay. Well, just because they're heliocentrists does not discount other things they worked on. That holds true in any field of study, right? Right?
So can you repeat that? I'm sorry. I was looking at chat for a sec. I'm sorry.
Just because someone's a heliocentrist does not mean anything they touched it has to be discounted. Right.
I mean, when it comes to looking at what they think is outer space, sort of, you know what I mean? Like, they're like, it's just really far away because it's dim. It's like, is it, dude? Are we sure? So, not everything, but when it comes to space.
How about this? Let's find out what we agree on. Sure. There's 7 visible bodies, visible planets.
Yeah.
Right?
Indeed.
2 of them are luminaries, so sun and the moon.
Yep.
The other 5 are wandering stars, right?
Indeed.
And they're always visible, pretty much, right? Unless they're too close to the sun.
Right. The sun occults them.
Now, what about the 6th, which would be Uranus, or you could say the 8th? So we have the 7 that are always visible. Now there's an 8th. And now, I'm not going to lie and say that I've never seen, or I'm not going to lie and say that I know where Uranus is, but I haven't seen anywhere enough to make me doubt that Uranus doesn't exist. Uranus is routinely seen by amateur telescope operators. I just had to search that, check myself. I've
Sure.
always known Uranus is visible. Now, I don't want to say naked eye, but with a cheap telescope, if you know where to look, you can see Uranus. You and I should agree that the 7 are in their own class. The 2 and the 5, those are always visible. Those are divine. Those, you can't touch those. You can't reclassify them. Those are like the 7 major chakras. There's 7 chakras. And, you can say chakra or you can say nerve center, right?
Mhm.
You have to believe in chakras. You don't have to believe in nerve centers, right? There's 7 nerve centers in the body along your prime meridian. But there's not only 7 nerve centers in the body. There's other, what we could call minor chakras that don't have as critical of a role, but they're still there and they still have influence. For example, in the web of the thumb, right, or in the palm of the hand, right? Would anyone say this has no influence, that this has no energy? No, it has a lot, right? Just because it's not a chakra doesn't mean it needs to be forgotten about. Doesn't mean it has to be disregarded. The hands have a lot of influence. Not a chakra, but still valuable. And there's a direct, parallel, an analogy between our body and the heavens. It's not just an arbitrary comparison. The soles of the feet, right? The soft spot on the back of the knee. These are also nerve centers, energy centers in the body that are not the major ones, but they're still there. That's how I see Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Now, Uranus is partly visible. Okay, so it's not a major planet. These are minor planets. Maybe that's something I'd want to stress to you too. I'm not trying to convince you, yep, those are the same as the visible ones. Yep, don't even pay attention to any of the differences. No, pay attention to the differences. They're not visible. Only one of them is partially visible. They are in a different category. Now, I would just say that, and it's, you said you called in before, so maybe you've heard this before, but Mercury, Uranus is the octave of Mercury, right? And just
Yeah.
as Mercury is like the messenger between the luminaries and the visible planets and us here on Earth, Uranus being the one that blinks, that's partially visible, partially not, seems to me to be the messenger between the visible planets and the non-visible. That Uranus is the go-between. Sometimes it's here with the visible, sometimes it's gone with the non-visible. Then I see Neptune as the octave of Venus, Pluto as the octave of Mars. I'd also like to say to you that Pluto and Neptune, Uranus, these gods, they are gods, lowercase g. They have a place, prominent places in the mythologies of the world. To rob them of their representative in the sky, what's left of them? Where does their influence come from? What was Pluto in the mind of an ancient person?
Specifically Pluto. I mean, when you look back at it, I know you've read what's the book by that Freemason? Manly P. Hall, Secret Ages of All Things, right?
Yeah.
Or the Secret Teachings of All, whatever it is. The Secret Teaching of All Ages.
Yeah, great book.
Yeah, a fantastic book. And but he describes Pluto, and Pluto is regularly described as subterranean, right? He's a subterranean deity, sub terra, under the earth. So, and this is another nefarious thing they've done with Pluto. I really think Pluto is the biggest psyop on astrology ever. And I know in the past you've mentioned your friends have been like, "Oh, these planets were all, forwarded by the Theosophists and stuff like that, in the Theosophical Society," which is true. Alan Leo, huge corrupter of astrology, in my opinion. But what they've done with Pluto was they've literally put hell, or one of the rulers of hell, in heaven. That the heavens have no place for hell, and yet they've taken Pluto and put it up there. And Pluto is so many people's favorite planet. And then when they said Pluto is not a planet anymore, how does the average brainless normie respond? Like, oh, back in my day, Pluto was a planet and it still is, dagnabbit. So it's such a psyop, I think.
Right. Well,
And,
I don't know. Yeah, you haven't convinced me. I've just had too much success working with Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto in the chart. People who have Pluto conjunct their sun, that says a lot. I can see that in the chart. People who have Uranus on their ascendant, it comes through. It's not for you. You kind of are in the position of not to you kind of have the burden of convincing me that they're misattributed and that whatever's out there in the sky isn't actually giving influence. Because what I'm trying to say is whatever's out in the sky, minor, major, asteroid, or whatever, is giving a whole lot of influence. And when we compute it astrologically, we get good data. We get good, repeatable, what's the word? But not findings. Repeatable, I don't know. Findings.
It's like you see these things in the chart. Yeah.
Now, for you to say that they're BS or that the planets are, that they want us to believe these are planets when they're not actually, I don't care what they are or what they aren't. I know that whatever is out there called Uranus is a thing, and it has a great influence. And when we try to describe that influence with Pluto, it's extreme, it's revolutionary, it's of the underworld. Now, you bring up the point of, oh, they put the devil up in heaven or the underworld up in heaven. Well, Saturn's up there too. Satan's up there too. Not everything's a Masonic psyop. Saturn has a place in heaven. Saturn's the Lord of this world. God gave him an office in this reality. Also, I'd like to say that I forget. I think that's it. But
okay, can I respond real quick
to
the
go ahead.
Just one, you said amateur astronomers see Uranus all the time, right? And I get that, but are they seeing the same object all the time? How close? Again, I know it's tracked closely, obviously, but my thoughts with it is that it's just some dim object in the sky, and it could be a different thing tomorrow. They'll look up, oh, you can't see Uranus right now, and then oh, in a little bit it's going to be over here. And the thing about the advent of telescopes is if you point a telescope anywhere towards the firmament, you're going to see a ton of dim objects. And I think that's what they're doing with Uranus. Is they're taking, our willingness to believe that these planets are out there, when rather they're just really dim, not even fixed stars, because the fixed stars are way different than the other stuff, right? So
right.
I think it's just a dim object. Yeah, sure.
Okay. You bring up your point about putting the devil up in space. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you how I see it. Pluto is allegedly the farthest planet away, or at least in its elliptical, right? It has a kind of inconsistent revolution, right? That it's the farthest away from the sun. To me, that rings true for an underworld deity, right? Why is Saturn the bad guy? Why is Saturn the coldest of the major planets? Because it's the farthest from the sun. You'd agree with that, right?
100% makes perfect sense.
So what about Pluto being even farther than that? Pluto's as far back as you can go. That's even uglier and more evil than Saturn, the god of the underworld. To me, I think Pluto's right where he should be. I also see a bit of order in the fact that going backwards from from Pisces, Aquarius, and Capricorn, you get Pluto and Neptune both being activated in Pisces. So Neptune rules Pisces, Pluto exalts in Pisces, and then Uranus rules Aquarius. So they're kind of in order in the last two signs of the zodiac. And then Saturn is Capricorn right before Aquarius. So you kind of have an order in the zodiac. Saturn ruling Capricorn, Uranus ruling Aquarius, Neptune ruling Pisces, and then Pluto being the real end of the end, marking the full revolution.
Mm-hmm.
Pluto marks the end of Pisces into Aries. That's why it's the god of war, but it's also the full end of the cycle. Pluto going into Aries. That's my take on it. There's too much harmony and too much order, and I don't know. If you want the real truth out of me, if you really study astrology, you can't ignore the influence that Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto have. You can't go wrong with Hellenic or Hellenistic astrology. You can't go wrong with that. You know, that is like not to put it down, like a poor man's astrology, you know, a working man's astrology, you know, no fancy equipment, naked eye astrology. Hellenic astrology is good. I would never take away from it. But just because you don't need Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto to be an effective astrologer isn't a good enough reason for me to disregard them. I see the order in them. I'm not worried or, you know, paranoid about who came up with it or who found the planet first. I'm lucky I found out about them. I'm lucky we found out about them at all. I'm lucky I feel blessed to have ever even heard of this new planet. And, you know, just because someone's a Freemason and just because someone's a student or the leader of something, you know, I'll reserve all you know, innocent until proven guilty. And to me, I haven't seen anything close to enough to convince me that Uranus, Neptune, or Pluto are fake. Now, also, I don't see them as taking away from astrology. I don't see them as heliocentric inventions. You do realize the Sumerians 6,000 years ago had 10 planets, 12 planets. Is that correct?
Yeah, I remember you showed that picture last time where it's like there was something, but it's like, is that enough evidence to show they really had 10 planets, you know? And like, there's a theory that, their eyesight was so much better, so they just saw these planets with the naked eye. I think that's complete horse crap, you know, personally. But yeah, to your point, yes.
Okay. Well, keep looking into Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. I think you'll see the value in them. Now, keep going on, you know, if you're the guy who finally figures out what they actually are and what their real nature is, I'll be very proud to have, you know, talked to you about it. You know, if you figure it out, awesome. But to me, I don't see any holes or like cracks in the logic or the reasoning of using them for astrology. And nor do I think the people who claimed to have discovered them, nor do I think that taints their usage to me or anything like that. And that's my position is I use Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. I think they're effective. I think they're real. They're just not major planets. Okay.
Right on. Can I make, I know you gotta get the next caller in. Can I make one last point real quick?
Always, yeah.
So you were saying like, oh, you've seen results looking at these things in charts.
Yeah.
And I would equate that to like, you know, someone learning about what Earth really is. Like, oh, who cares if you can see boats coming back over the horizon if you can zoom in on them? Things go down. You know, I think that when it comes to looking at these things, there's an alternative explanation that always makes more sense. Like, you know, I'm sure there are things in charts, but like other things are also overlooked, in my opinion.
Where we might have gone through this the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Mars is the ruler of Aries.
Yes.
Mars is the ruler of Scorpio.
Yes.
What differentiates Mars from Scorpio, other than the fact that one is fire and one is water?
What do you mean by what differentiates Mars from Scorpio? Because we did talk about this a bit.
Yeah,
And we
so-
can talk more about exaltations too in a minute, if that's cool.
A zodiac sign is nothing save for the fact that it receives and stores the influence of its ruling planet and exalting planet. And what's subtracted from it is the debilitated or fallen planet. So Aries is nothing except for the fact that it is a petri dish, a receptacle, fertile ground for the influence of for the influence of Mars to be collected, harvested, deposited. Right? Aries
Interesting.
is Aries because it takes the flavor from Mars.
And the fall of Saturn, yeah.
Now, and that's where we get all the qualities of the zodiac signs, is the dynamics between the planets. So for me, I just want you to understand
Mhm.
there's an entire system of correspondences that in my mind can't be refuted or denied because they're astrological truth. And I think, I'm not trying to talk down to you, but if
No,
you
you're good, man.
if you really go in on that, I want to become an astrologer. And if you look at a person who has Neptune on their ascendant or Neptune conjunct their sun, you can't ignore it. But let's just go back to that question. Aries and Scorpio, why is one different from the other? Why would Mars rule two? What's the order in this? Why would Mars have two ruling signs, but Jupiter, or let's say, Saturn has two, Jupiter has two,
Mhm.
Venus has
Mercury,
two, Mercury
everything
has
besides
two.
the luminaries, yeah.
Okay, so why does the sun and the moon? Well, let's not take it that route. Okay, let's say Mars, Aries, and Scorpio. Why are they different in your system? How do you arrive
Sure.
at that? Yeah.
So it's almost like astrologically, and maybe you can agree with this too, that the sun and moon are almost one unit. Well, yes, they're two different bodies. They're both
Mhm.
luminaries, but they rule, pure fire and pure water. And then what happens is with the septenary, the 7, is that you just go outwards from Leo and Cancer, and what's on either side of Leo and Cancer, you have Mercury's domiciles, Gemini and Virgo. And then what's closest to the sun? Mercury. So his domiciles are closest to the sun and moon. And then what's next closest to the sun? Venus. And then outside of Gemini and Mercury, you've got Taurus and Libra. So actually, I think the harmony of astrology is really with the septenary. And that's why Mars rules Scorpio and Aries. Oh, sorry, I got a okay.
No, it's not your fault. Keep going. You're good.
Okay, I didn't want to kill the audio. Okay, perfect. It's kind of echoing though.
One sec. Yeah, one sec. All right, we're good. Do it again.
Okay, we good? Right on. So yeah, just going outwards from there, I think the perfect harmony is with the septenary, because Mars rules Aries and Scorpio because they're equidistant from Leo and Cancer, and then after Mars you've got Jupiter, and then after Jupiter you've got Saturn on the complete opposite end of Leo and Cancer. And another reason I think that Saturn is the farthest planet, and another reason why I don't really believe in Pluto, and this is what's so cool about Saturn, man, is that Saturn has a 29.5 and 365 relationship with the sun and moon. So it's 365.25 days in a year, 29.5 new moon to new moon. And Saturn takes 29.5 years to transit the entire zodiac. And in that time, the moon will transit the zodiac 365 times. So there is absolute harmony between the opposition of Saturn to the sun and moon. And then going back into the exaltations that you brought up earlier, I think it'd be odd that Pluto would be exalting in the same sign as Venus in Pisces. And then also, what's cool about Venus's exaltation is that Venus exalts in Pisces, Mars exalts in Capricorn, and those two sextile one another. And of course, you got Mars and Venus. What's their biggest thing? Sex, sextile. They're 60 degrees apart. And then, even more on top of that, Venus is in the diurnal domicile of Jupiter, where Mars exalts in the nocturnal domicile of Saturn. So the lesser benefic exalts in the domicile of the greater benefic, while the lesser malefic exalts in the domicile of the greater malefic. And I think that's where the real harmony is. Everyone sees you blazing up, by the way. Was that the plan? You're on camera.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just taking a little smoke break.
Word up.
Don't take it personally.
Oh no, you're good, man. You got it. I'm sorry if I'm going on too much, but yeah, I don't know. I just think there's like alternative explanations. I think the septenary is perfect astrological harmony.
You bring up a good point. Let me say this though. All valid points. Sorry if it loops. I'm walking back in.
You're good.
Fuck. Remix. DJ Longo on the beat. Mossad. Safe help. Safe help. They got me.
Mossad, bring him back, dude.
Hang on.
Release the hostages.
Mike?
Yeah, you sound good.
Thank you. You bring up a lot. You're definitely well versed in your astrology. So much so that I'd love to have you on again to talk astrology. Maybe on a Saturday when I'm planning on doing an astrology series or like weekly astrology stream. Talking about everything, movies and astrology, Hollywood casting is what I really want to get into, but the nitty-gritty and stuff like that. So I'd love to have you on. How old are you?
37 in
Nice.
June. So I'm old, man.
Okay. Well, good. Not that old.
Yeah.
But let me say this. Your view of harmony, I can tell you're seeking harmony. I can tell. Let me tell you how I see the weight distribution in the zodiac. At the beginning, I think we have a lot of common ground here. At the beginning of the zodiac, Aries is the beginning. Yes, we agree. We agree on that much, right?
Oh, 100%. I'm a
Okay.
huge Santos fan, man.
Okay. Pisces is the end.
Yep. Finale.
Now, would you agree that Pisces is a very deep sign? Don't
Oh,
overthink
yeah.
it. Don't overthink it.
It's pretty deep.
Would you agree that Aries is a very we could say shallow, but let's just say one-dimensional sign of the zodiac?
I more so than Pisces, certainly. Yeah.
Do you see that there's almost a progression of depth and multifacetedness in the zodiac going from the beginning to the end?
That's interesting. I don't think so. I'm biased, man, as a Gemini, So
now I'm not saying
I'm
not saying that Pisces are somehow better than Aries. I'm not saying that it's always a good thing. The second half of the zodiac is a lot more complicated than the first half. This is why Libra is vilified in many, mythological, astrotheological stories. Libra, the halfway point, is where it goes from good and simple to bad and complex. Libra is where we get pandemonium coming.
Saturn exalts.
And
The
you
fall.
have civilization springing up in Scorpio, Sag, Capricorn, Aquarius. Aquarius being, the city, city life and all this. Pisces being like the spirit realm and all this. There's added dimension to each of the zodiac signs. Would you agree with that? That Aries is infancy. What
Yeah.
you see is what you get. Taurus, largely in that same vein. Gemini, things are getting complicated. Okay, don't feel robbed of that.
No, you're good, man.
Gemini is very intellectual, very capable, the most articulate sign. You're definitely an articulate guy. Gemini has many facets, but don't take the terms any one term personally. You would agree that there's added dimension, added depth beyond just a better person or a worse person from
Agree
Aries
completely.
to Pisces. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Now that's what I feel like I feel like I'm a prosecutor. Or
You're
I'm a
good, man.
lawyer, and you're on the witness stand. If we agree on that much, that would be my basis for giving Pisces, 20 ruling planets. Yeah, Aries, one ruling planet, one exaltation, clean, cut, simple. An idiot can understand it. Then you have at the end of the zodiac, Pisces is the deepest. Maybe there are 4 ruling planets, because in Libra, from Libra onward, we have a whole lot more of questionable rulership, questionable exaltations. The first half is pretty cut and dry. It's the second half that really has to be dug into. And I'd say God understandably put the more complex signs at the end because there's a progression, there's a development. By the time you get to Capricorn, that's like building a village. That's like putting wood together. By the time you get to by the time you get to Aquarius, that's skyscrapers. By the time you get to Pisces, that's, religiously, spiritually integrated architecture and cityscapes. And, I don't know how to describe that, but I think you see what I mean. Like there's a progression of new dimension and new industry being unfolded in the zodiac. And that's my basis, because that's the one point I'd want to tackle in all those points you brought up is why is Pisces have more rulership or more, why is Venus and Pluto exalting? It wouldn't make sense in the first sign of the zodiac. To me, it makes perfect sense in the end of the zodiac. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, no, 100%. Look at it from the year. Like you have to get more industrious. You have to get more clever. There has to be more depth to your lifestyle as the year goes on. As winter comes along, you have to be clever or you're cooked. So yeah, I see 100%.
Do you have me on Instagram?
No, I don't have Instagram.
Whoa, dude!
I
It's
know.
like, whoa, it's like he's off grid. It's whoa, dude. Hope I get on your level one day.
I'll
No,
get Instagram.
just teasing.
You're good, man.
It's crazy, man. You guys remember that guy who called in that one day? He was like a ghost, man. It's crazy. Yeah.
Ghost in the
All right.
machine.
Are you eating your mycelium bacon?
You know it, man. What else would I be eating right now besides a lot of mycelium bacon?
All right. We'll reach out or leave a comment on here or something so that we can I can give you a heads up next time I want to talk astrology.
Sounds good, man. Can do. And I appreciate it. And great show, man. Your other guests have been fantastic. So it's been a fire show.
Okay, good. Glad to hear. Thanks for that.
Thanks for your time, Dr. Longo.
Peace, Mike. Another Uranus, Pluto, Neptune denier. What are we gonna do, guys? It's okay. Yo,
Ooh.
ET, what's up? How you doing?
What's up, man?
Chilling. What are you up to?
Not much. Just glad to be on the show, man. Just great guests and everything. I want to talk Pangea. I've been, got any books that you'd recommend on the subject that are pretty reputable?
Yeah. Went on a couple dates with a black chick named Pangea one time.
Did you split her apart?
I said, "Show me that penumbra, girl."
Awesome. Yeah, no, the more I've been reading a lot of I guess pseudo intellectuals like myself are a lot they say that during the flood is when Pangea split apart. The more I've been reading and stuff like that, it seems like Tower of Babel, it would be my opinion. How best to scatter mankind, not only to not just their language, but actually scatter them, because it says they were scattered. So you got to imagine there were probably guys digging up shit on the other side of Pangea. You know what I mean? So when there was a giant earthquake, it sounded like right after they confused them. So I don't know, any opinions. And also, if you look, I think on Twitter I'd sent a thing a while back about one of those birds that could sense hurricane. It's the ibis, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Big Florida bird, might add, as well.
Yeah.
Well, give some Florida love. Everybody's off on their own trip. Got to remember, got the ambassador to Florida here,
Have you ever heard of Gondwana?
No, I have not.
Okay, I think you might like this.
Okay.
Interesting you bring up Pangea. Pangea, to me, I've always thought was like a psyop, right?
Okay.
But recently, studying ancient Florida history and the spring water and stuff, I heard about this supercontinent. I don't know if this is the same thing as Pangea or not, but they basically say that it was Florida specifically that was closest pressed up against Africa. That Florida was connected to Africa. Florida, the Bahamas, and Cuba were connected to Africa.
Yep.
Bajillions of zillions of gazillions of years ago, or whatever. Who cares?
Right.
But here, let's just read this. They actually take the name from Sanskrit, which I thought was interesting. Gondwana. Gondwana was a large landmass, sometimes referred to as a supercontinent. The remnants of Gondwana make up around 2/3 of today's continental area, including South America, Africa, Antarctica, Australia, Zealandia, Arabia, and the Indian subcontinent. Gondwana was formed by the blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you see this. Pretty much,
Yeah.
like a Pangea type thing, began to separate from northern Pangea during the Triassic, blah, 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 blah. 180
Right.
million years ago,
Yeah.
take it or
Or
leave
shit.
it, whatever.
Yeah.
But that's basically like
Okay. Yeah.
Florida's. Let me search Florida in here.
I'll do some independent reading on that. That's kind of what I'm looking for. The start of the trail and kind of go down it a little bit. That's very interesting. I think I did. Now that I think of it, how would you forget a word? But I think I did run across that word, that Gondwana. Now that you bring it up, but been reading so much on it lately.
Yeah, I was looking at like Florida's aquifers earlier
Oh,
today, and they were explaining how some of them are like the same type of rock or whatever found some parts of Africa, and that they think it's where like Florida and Africa were stitched together.
Okay.
Some ship. So I was learning about Gondwana earlier today, and
Cool.
who knows if that's that's their way of explaining some other kind of weak spot in their narrative.
Right.
I don't believe in Pangea generally, because when you look at sea level rise and drop, the continents kind of, and again, I was never anywhere 7,000 years ago or whatever, but when you look at like sea level rise maps, the continents don't get closer or farther apart. So a lot of times they use the shape of the continent today as if it was like an island floating around millions of years ago. So it's sometimes their logic is very lacking. Like with NASA, they just make very foolish mistakes. Like they don't account for the shape of the continent adjusted for sea level rise or drop.
Right.
When they're smushing the continents together to be like, oh look, this is what I'm mainly talking about. They're like, oh look, South America and Africa fit in like a glove. You know, they fit together so perfect. But they don't. But they don't tell you that if the sea level changed a little bit or drastically, you know, I don't know, 500 feet or something, those coastlines would look very, very different, and they wouldn't look like cookie cutter or perfect fits, you know, perfect matches like they do right now. To
Right.
me, to me, when I look at how the continents look like they all fit together, to
Mhm.
me that kind of looks like a river, like
Yeah.
the bank of one side of a river mirrors the bank of the other side, and it has more to do with the flow. So I think there's like a general flow down the Atlantic Ocean that uh, that's that accounts for the shapes looking, you know, very close together on either side of the Atlantic.
Right.
Again, I'm not a Pangea expert. Sorry if I could give you
No,
more.
no, I appreciate that, you know, taking the time out for that. Oh yeah, my kid told you to tell you Florida's in the Stanley Cup. They just beat Carolina. So there, it might be a rematch. So yeah. Oh, and changing the subject, if you if you seen the Jeff EpiPen where they were inside the temple, I put on my profile pic. I thought it'd be kind of funny because we're talking about, you know, constellations. If you look at that, that was in the Jeff EpiPen up on the ceiling, and I was kind of looking, what is the, you know, what's the path of the sun? Is there any differences in there? Because I mean, it's a beautiful painting, but you wonder the shit that was going on. You know, you move the bookcase, and there's the secret stairway, and fucking screams you never want to hear in your life, fucking coming out of there. You know,
I,
so
I don't know much about that, but
yeah. It just there was just some news that dropped on there, so it's just I thought it was pretty interesting painting, and like it's got the Milky Way and where it goes and all that. I didn't know if it all matched up. And then let's see here. What was the last thing I was going to talk about or ask you about? Oh, put some Hollywood in there since you know you've been on that. I just found out today. You know Orson Welles, of course, Citizen Kane covered that not too long ago on YouTube. Was a great video. Um, I just found out Wells had a son who did, you should see, he was a music video director for like the Beatles. He did all like the Rolling Stones music videos. His last name is Hogg, like HOOG, and
H O
pretty
double
interesting.
G, H O
Yeah,
double G, not HOOG, right?
yeah, right. Yeah, the second one, HOGG, correct.
Let's get it right when we're talking hog, okay?
Right. Especially, yeah, Florida. But this guy, the guy that she married, he was like a some royal thing. It kind of seemed like she married dudes for beards, but I've seen pictures of this guy when he was a kid. I mean, it's Wells's kid, and supposedly he dated Gloria Vanderbilt, who was friends with his mom, and said, yeah, Orson Welles is your dad. You're not some English lord or whatever. So, and I thought it was interesting that that's his whole career was directing music videos for the Rolling Stones, and his career was 20 years from mid 60s to mid 80s, and then he retired. So,
Well, I don't know anything about his kid, but I know that his brother, younger brother, was obsessed with looking for Atlantis and the Fountain of Youth.
really, I did not know that.
Wait, no. Sorry. Okay, sorry. I got it messed up. Orson Welles narrated something about a search for the Fountain of Youth. And then Ernest Hemingway's brother was the one who's obsessed with looking for Atlantis and the Fountain of Youth in the
Okay.
Caribbean, in the Bahamas too.
Yeah,
But Orson Welles, I've got a video where he talks about the Fountain of Youth for a little bit, like a couple minutes.
cool. Yeah, I know Hemingway spent a lot of time on Key West. Got the cat house that's still there, as far as I've known. As recent, the last couple of years, I've talked to people that have been there, so it's still there. So I know that was
Yeah.
like his home was there, and then he moved up
Yeah.
to Wyoming to pretty much die, pretty much. So I think he's buried in Wyoming, I believe. So kind of
What's
thought
in,
he should be in Florida, but
what's interesting is his cats. Apparently, they all had 7 toes, which is pretty spooky. Some
Nephilim cats.
Nephilim DNA going on.
Yeah.
So,
All right, man. Well, I'm a big fan. I love what you're doing. Great guests. I love how you treat the guests. Where you may not agree, but you do listen. You give your opinion, and you know what I mean. So we appreciate you, man.
get
I
the
got to
fuck
donate. What's the best way to donate where you get the biggest cut? Because I don't want to give the super chat where you
Yeah.
get nothing. It's
All right, go get my chatterbait, and then like 3,000 tokens should do the job.
chatterbait.
Yeah,
I guess I'll have to get a Patreon. That's probably the best way, huh?
it's the only place they don't censor me all the way. So
Is Chatterbox or Patreon?
yeah, chatterbait.
Chatterbait. All
But
right, man. I'll let you
no,
go. I know it's a stacked house, so appreciate
pa-
it, man. Much love, Florida.
Patreon's the best way.
Okay.
Patreon, they'll take the least.
Yeah, thanks to you, I had to get I'm like I grew up in the mid '80s, so I'm like A-log digital. I'm like I'm in the generation right in between this big switch where I kind of remember the old ways. So
Right.
I had to get StreamYard. I'm like, oh man, I got to get StreamYard to call in. Can't I just give him my number? You know what I mean? That's so.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, you can call the bookstore if you want, I guess. But
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll do that. So, all
throw it
right,
out.
man. Well, you have a great night, and look forward to the rest of the guests. Thanks, man.
Peace. Have a good night.
Peace. You too.
ET. All right. Got Herr Fitzroy. Herr Fitzroy, what's up?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Bist du Deutsche?
Nein, I don't speak German. No,
Okay.
it's just a name.
Nice. Where are you calling
Yeah,
from?
Sangamon, but I'm a native of Orange County, Florida. Born and raised in Orlando and Titusville. So,
Hell yeah.
Space
Flag.
Cows kit. Yeah.
Nice.
Um,
What can we do for you?
there was that conversation earlier with the brother about Jesus being the snake in the Garden of Eden,
Yeah.
and there was a whole conversation about like animal sacrifice and vegetarianism, and like I suppose Christianity preserved a lot of good elements of antiquity and like antique religion and whatnot. However, the conception that like everyone in antiquity was like dipping their hands in blood and like like flaying 50 beeves for Marduk, even though that is like attested in the Iliad and the Odyssey. Um, I believe it's like almost every time they depart for something, there's a sacrifice that's made. Like for well-being of the gods. I think after they get the daughter of the priestess back from, I'm rambling right now, but there was sacrifice in the Iliad. They would always talk about sacrificing hecatombs of cattle.
Mhm.
But later, before the birth of Christ, you already had vegetarian movements emerging out of the Greco-Roman world, especially like the Pythagoreans and the Orphics. And the Orphics also believed in a divine figure who transcended death. And I suppose I'm just saying this to show that, like, or at least to I don't know. I don't think Christianity is entirely like this great wave of like enlightenment. There was already these things before, and it's interesting how y'all brought up Paul because he was the one who incorporated these I don't know, like he was the one who said, you believe in vegetarianism, you don't believe in animal sacrifice, you believe in these different ways of worship that's quite similar to ours. I mean, we all know there's some sort of saying things that we already knew, but I just wanted to bring that up. So
Yeah.
I'm so empty-minded right now.
That's okay. Well, here. That's a good point. Yeah, Christianity certainly didn't invent, is not the only movement to stand up against animal sacrifice. But there are some distinctions. And remember, it's always like a system update. So Christianity is like the most recent system update. And if things went not according to plan, because it was all part of the plan, but God's original design was very harmonious, right? There was a necessary injection of free will into the world. Pandora's box, this, whatever you want to call it. That invited not only free will, but the ability to break free of that original perfect design. Every culture around the world suffered from that. Christianity is just doing their best to address that. Most cultures kind of address that in some way or another. I would say that the Buddha also took a stance against animal sacrifice, but it's not so much that any of these one people are just supposed to snap their fingers and get rid of it forever. It's a slow progression and kind of a system update. I do think Jesus did the best job, clearly, by far. I'm a Christian, not a Buddhist. But the Buddha did take a stance against animal sacrifice.
Yes, he did.
However, it was not a firm enough stance. The Buddha, Shinto Buddhism and various branches of Buddhism to this day practice animal sacrifice.
Because they had to acculturate with the local cultures, like the Tibetan peoples and the Japanese peoples. There's always
Okay.
like these religious fusions going on.
Okay. There's a because. There's definitely a because. But Christianity, in my mind, dealt with that because much better than Buddhism did. Now, also, we should point out that the Buddha, to my knowledge, he was very tolerant, almost too tolerant. The same could be said for Jesus in some areas, maybe, by some people. The Buddha was, to my knowledge, a practical vegetarian, but when he also taught that if you're offered flesh, you should eat it, right? Or you should weigh the offense to the person who's providing you flesh. You should judge, you should consider the offense that you're going to give them by not eating that food. So you can interpret it as the Buddha kind of gave the green light, where if you're served flesh, it's okay to eat. I could be totally wrong on that. I have no expertise in Buddhism. That's what I've heard. I do know that the Buddha is believed to have died from poisoned pork that he only ate because it was served to him. It was not something he would have sought himself. And, do you know much on that matter? Would you agree with that? Can you verify that? You still there?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't hear the last 10 seconds of that.
Are you familiar with the Buddha story? Do you
Yes.
Can you verify that he was poisoned or ate bad pork?
Yes.
Yeah, so the Buddha, from what I've learned, the Buddha died by eating pork that was poisoned or had gone bad, either poisoned on purpose or was just, rancid or toxic. And it was something that he wouldn't have normally sought out. Jesus's stance on that kind of, Jesus didn't die of poison like that. So I'd say Jesus's path, what he preached, was a step up from what the Buddha was preaching. Now, as far as Paul with animal sacrifice, Jesus was less concerned with the diet part. Even though I believe him to be a vegetarian, Jesus was way less concerned with the diet part, way more concerned with the animal sacrifice. The Buddha, unfortunately, made allowances for not only the consumption of flesh, in certain instances, but he also created an ecosystem, or at least his movement developed into an ecosystem in which animal sacrifice was still allowed, or there was concessions made. This is what I'd say is the benefit and the distinction with Christianity. The system update that Christianity unleashed on the world does not allow, in its ecosystem, does not allow for the slaughtering of animals for sacrificial reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And I think God cares about this, because this has always been a big thing. I'm a vegetarian, but slaughtered flesh that's sacrificed to devils is clearly worse than slaughtered flesh that's not sacrificed to devils. So it's not just the diet, it's not just the morality, it's also the which God are we worshiping when we sacrifice something like that, like the previous guest was talking about. So I think Jesus's system update message that he left on earth was zero allowance, zero wiggle room. So Christianity is the only movement on earth where you have no animal sacrifice. Only some very, very few messianic or like Torah observant Jewish Christians will still slaughter an animal in a ritualistic setting. And I denounce that, and every real Christian denounces that. So yes, many Christians can get kind of drunk on the concept of, oh, we're eating the blood, we're drinking the blood, we're eating the flesh. But to me, that's a step up and a solution to the more natural state of man, which I think you and I both agreed on earlier, is that almost every culture dipped their toes into animal sacrifice and got caught up in it for generations.
Have you ever read Tertullian's on the Flesh of Christ? Sorry for interrupting.
That's all right. Well, say it again.
Tertullian on the Flesh of Christ, or on the
No.
divinity of the flesh of Christ. He was one of
No.
the earlier church fathers who
Yep.
was like the big. I'm not sure what you would call them, but I guess he was kind of like these are the parameters we'll set. He was very anti-Gnostic, and because this is still like I think the third or fourth century, so there was like a lot of these offshoots going on. You even had the Borborites who were like consuming menstrual fluid and like having feasts and stuff like that were like very debaucherous, and it made him very upset. But there was this long debate, with Marcion and the Marcionists about whether or not Christ even existed and what the nature of his flesh was, and he this was back when I was taking a history of Christianity class in Florida, actually. But there was a specific passage where it made me think of him describing like the reason why Christ needed to be a man in the flesh is so it was like a sacrifice almost. And that's like why one of the reasons he uses, again, like one of the justifications he was going against Marcion is like, well, then you're denying the whole like existence or like the greatness of this man being a sacrifice. Then, if that makes sense, I'm kind of just tumbling over my words now, but I hope you get what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, I think he was the last sacrifice. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Paul did get carried away with the sacrificial elements and the blood and the body, the flesh. But it's okay. To me, it was effective. We can't deny that Christianity largely rid the world of blood sacrifice, which was a net positive no matter what, in my humble opinion. And Christianity is the only philosophy that truly roots out the tolerance of things like animal sacrifice. For example, people think, oh, Hinduism, a third of Hindus are vegetarian. Oh, they must love animals. Nope. They don't take I'm generalizing, but they don't take good care of their most sacred river that they have.
Right.
They don't take good care of it.
You can read the Rig Veda, it's filled with horse sacrifice.
Exactly. Yep. Their religious texts full of war, full of sacrifice. That's okay. Just because we have a religious text doesn't mean it's an endorsement of everything in that text. It's an endorsement of the path that led us out of it towards a better way of life. But on the point of Hindus, they're not as in tune with nature as people think they are. In fact, some of the big Hindu philosophers, they say, oh yeah, conservation, don't concern yourself with cleaning up nature. That's an illusion. You're too attached to the material world. Oh, you want to go clean up the river? Clean up you. You know, it's disgusting. And then they'll say things like, yes, eating animals is bad. Don't do it. But then they'll beat dogs in the street. You know, they'll skin cats alive because they think they're bad luck. Things like that. So the operating system, the system update that Christianity unleashed on the world, so different, so different. The Hindus, even if so many of them are vegetarian, this is the problem Christianity was trying to address. Even if so many of the Hindus are vegetarian, they still slaughter animals, sacrifice animals. And people don't realize this. They deny this. They think, no, I've been to India. I didn't see that. Well, guess what? The largest sect of Hinduism, I'll be fair, the largest sect of Hinduism does not commit animal sacrifice. But guess what? They do nothing when the second largest sect of Hinduism routinely sacrifices animals.
Are you
I know
talking
that.
about the Vaishnavites and the Shivites?
Yes.
Okay.
The second largest branch of Hinduism routinely sacrifices animals. And the largest branch and the third largest branch are too tolerant to do anything about it. They're okay existing in the same religious ecosystem as each other. And you know, someone would retort and say, "Oh, but Hinduism is too broad, you know, just because we classify them as Hindu doesn't mean they have anything in common." That's not true. They have most of their great religious texts in common. All Hindus hold at least one or two texts in common. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So they hold the same two core texts, one or two core texts in common. That's what qualifies them as together under the same religion. It's an ecosystem which allows for animal sacrifice. Therefore, on that level, it's faulty. It's too tolerant. And Buddhism, with the Buddha dying of poisoned flesh, and their ecosystem allowing for animal sacrifice, faulty, too tolerant. Christianity, even with its downsides, is the purest, most harmonious, bringing us back to source. And I don't say source like God, the source. I mean our source creation, our origin, the Garden of Eden. Christianity is the purest religion on earth. Suck it, losers, if you do. Not you, caller, but out there, deniers. Jesus did what no other religion could ever achieve. That's my take on it. What do you think?
I'm too nuanced about Christianity to I guess maybe that's like a gay catty way of saying I don't like Christianity and its doctrine and its historical impact. There's been some good things, like I do think the order it brought to much of the known world in the Dark Ages was very much needed. However, and it did preserve antiquity, right? Like we would not have the knowledge that we did without Christianity. However, from the perspective of I don't know how to not make it sound like I'm some kind of baiter.
That's okay. No, go for it. It's a
But
safe space. It's a safe
I
space.
quite like Emperor Julian and like a lot of these like late pagan philosophers and the declining empire. And I'm a historian. I got my bachelor's degree in history, and so I get very, very sad. Maybe I'm autistic when I see things decline and things get corrupted. Right, like we were just talking about India, the India of the Vedic period. Even as recently, like with the Chola dynasty and with the Gupta Empire and the Mauryan Empire. Like there's so many of these like great states that were very unique and like very enlightened, and then all of a sudden they vanish and disappear. It could be due to conquest, right? Like I believe that the reason why India, even though they have such a similar, bless you, bless you, bless you. Sorry, there was someone sneezing near me. Even though they have such like a supposedly a continuous descent from like the ancient Vedics, obviously they're nothing alike them, and I believe a big part of that has to do with Islam, changing their traditions. I mean, you should know that you had the Mughal dynasty and many Arab and Persian Muslim dynasties take over large swathes of India and impart on them these very like foreign customs that I believe is not only what degenerated them and changed them so much from their antiquarian counterparts, much like what happened to Egypt and the modern day Levant, which also had a very big change, and even as recently as the 1800s, you could walk around Syria and Lebanon and Egypt, and you would find Christians of every variety, Druze, Circassians, all these different peoples. I hope I'm not rambling, but there's kind of an interesting change in demographic of these people that Christianity sort of couldn't prevent in the same way that the ancient Buddhists also couldn't prevent. And this is kind of what I'm saying, is that like they let these great states fall into decline, and I'll leave it there. Also, I can't hear you for saying anything right now.
Okay, thank you. Well, what about this? Maybe a poor analogy, but when the beaver builds his dam, doesn't that hurt? Doesn't that step on the fish's toes a little bit? Doesn't that change something else? Doesn't that kind of block out some other species plans, free will, right? Almost every step you take in this world is going to step on the toes of another organism in some way, right?
Right.
Is there a valid parallel there with like religious movements? I mean, any new thought that comes forward is going to have to trample or contradict one that came before. Is that correct?
Right, but it comes at the cost of quite a bit, and it's Christianity in particular that's very
Okay, let me move this along here. Sorry. What about in your mind, if there's a loss, I would feel bad about it too. But in your mind, what's the loss? What is it that Christianity misses? Or what do you think paganism really offered that we should really be upset about because Christianity stomped it out? Like, could you give some examples? And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but what's so good about paganism that we should weep about its demise? Because I feel pretty good about what we have with the Christian worldview that all the religions are benefiting from, whether they like it or not. Every world religion pretty much exalts Jesus to the minimum that they can. What about what is it about? What about paganism is so worth missing?
Also, the first sort of thing I didn't like about Christianity is you have the God Yahweh Elohim, right?
Okay.
In the Old Testament, and I think this changes in the New Testament, but in the Old Testament, his sort of like boundaries as a deity, and this is like semantics, right? But I found that very interesting that Emperor Julian also brought this up in Against the Galileans, is that all gods in paganism, and not just paganism, but all like pre-Abrahamic gods and even Abrahamic gods today, they are finite to a certain degree, right? Like when you walk into, let's say, a forest, you are now in the realm of the god Sylvanus, right? Like that is his domain. You know what I mean? Like there's all these boundaries and markers everywhere, right? Then you walk back into the city, right? You walk back into the polis. As you walk into the polis, you see a herm, right? Like these stones that were all over these ancient Greek polises that would have the face of Hermes, right? Because he was the god of markers and boundaries, as well as a phallus, because that was a symbol associated with them. So now you're like, I'm going from the realm of this person to the realm of this person, right? So this is like very much a concept, like there's distinct spaces, right? There's this space, there's that space. Well, Christianity transgresses all of this by making a God which was originally finite, right? Yahweh, Elohim, was originally meant to be a tribal, regional God of the Holy Land, and you're trying to make him universal.
No. Well, what about this? There's a couple of ways to refute that, but if there's a universal truth, but someone has to find it out first, right? So if there's a universal truth and someone in Ecuador finds it, discovers it, stumbles onto it before anyone else, we can't refute it and say, oh, well, that's local Ecuadorian wisdom that's getting pushed on everyone else. So what if the Israelites were the first ones to stumble onto this great spirit and adequately describe it and, seek to understand it more than anyone else? That's my first rebuttal would be, just because the Israelites or ancient Hebrews stumbled onto this first doesn't mean that it's unique to them. And I refute the notion that Yahweh is a regional storm god. No, that's not true. Everything's regional. Any word is regional. A word in one language is regional. It doesn't apply to the same concept all across the world unless you really make the time to find all the equivalent words in all the other languages. Yahweh, that's number one. It's not a regional thing. Just because it came out of there doesn't mean it's automatically unique to them or their creation. If someone stumbled onto it, congratulations. That doesn't mean they invented it. But my second thing would be Yahweh is the breath of life. Every language and culture around the world has an equivalent word or concept to Yahweh. It's the breath of life. So when you say, well, to me, the God of Abrahamic religions, the God of Christianity, screw the other Abrahamic religions. They're probably worshiping Satan, Saturn. Catholicism worships Satan, Saturn. They don't even know it. What was I saying? Okay, Yahweh is the breath of life. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Okay. And when God creates man, he breathes his life into him. Yahweh is the breath of life. And later on, it more clearly articulates itself as I am the I am. So when man gains consciousness of I am, that's when God, makes himself even more understood and known to man, when he develops a conscience with Abraham. I am the I am. But up until then, all we know God as really is Yahweh, the breath of life. Elohim are his representatives. The breath of life is just kind of a spirit, an energy. But when it gets down to creating, Elohim comes together. And as an astrologer, I like to say Elohim are the 7 visible planets. God doesn't have fingers that he can reach down and move the chess pieces down here on Earth with. He has his 7 lights, his 7 planets, wandering stars. They're like a 3D printer. They're like the lights up on a stage that, make everything visible, right? A dark stage, you wouldn't be able to see anything. It's the lights up there that give, perspective and depth and dimension to the subtle influence falling down from the heavens. It materializes here on Earth, but it's just a subtle light up there, right? As above, so below, blah, blah, blah. But God, the Elohim, those are like, you could say, the representatives of God, his lesser lowercase g, when it says, let us make them in our image, right? 7 gods or 7 lowercase gods, lowercase g gods, 7 planets in the sky, 7 chakras. El is the most principal of these. That's Saturn. Saturn's at the head of this group. That's Elohim, right? Im means plural, so Eloha is another way of saying this. Aloha, another word for the breath of life. But Yahweh is just the breath of life. What's interesting though is AI is Yahweh backwards. So have a field day with that. AI is Yahweh backwards. Use a little app and say it backwards. Test it for yourself.
I don't like AI. AI has always been a horrible tool.
Well, good.
It doesn't
But
work.
Yahweh is not a regional storm god. Now, we can kind of say storm god because Yahweh is also Jehovah, who is also Jove. So Yahweh, YHWH, Yahweh, 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 that's Jehovah. Yahweh is Jehovah, is also Jove. So the Romans knew him as Jove.
The
And
Romans
Jupiter.
didn't pronounce it with a J, though. It was Yahweh, but it was from the Indo-European etymology
Yeah.
of the diffusion of their religion. Unless you want to say that Yahweh was an Indo-European god, then you can go ahead, and that would be interesting. But the sort of trans-Eurasian linguistic, ethnic, sort of cultural world that we had pre-Christianity, these what do they call them, consonants? Is that what they're called, like related words in the different languages?
Yeah.
The actual etymology of like Jupiter comes from Dios Pater, which comes from Dia Pater, which meant like day father in the European, and that's why you have Zeus. His full name was like Dios Pater. Like there's a whole theory, and it's like well researched and studied, but people didn't like it because of its associations with like fin de siècle, like 19th century, like nationalists and whatnot. But you have a 19th and 20th century nationalists, but you have a very clear sort of linguistic and ethnic and cultural branch that stretches all the way from Ireland to India and as far as Japan, because you even have mythological characters brought by Alexander the Great across this, like I guess you could say, like a cultural pathway all the way to Japan. They have their own version of Hercules. I can't remember his name, but there's the Greco-Buddhist kingdoms in India. There's great statues of Buddha, and beneath him there's like a giant man with a club and a Nemean lion.
Yeah.
And
Well, you're bringing up a lot of good points, but I want to focus on this one. Maybe this will clear some stuff up. Maybe it won't. Have you ever heard me talk about the Seminole Indians having like Jewish Hebrew influence?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Well, the Seminole Indians are like the last real group of wild Indians in America. They are Florida Indians, so they're the indigenous inhabitants of Florida. And there's a lot about them that one could call Hebrew or Israelite or even Jewish, Very, 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 very deep gopher hole, deep rabbit hole with this one. But you might think this is cool. This is a prayer for the Seminole Indians written by a Chief Schwasnishino. Okay. I don't know if this is by a Seminole Indian, but it's definitely for the Seminole Indians, and it's by a Native American. A prayer for the Seminole Indians. Great Spirit, Yahweh, like I said, the Great Spirit. By the shores of Okeechobee, through the glades and wooded trails, walk the shade of Osceola, Miko too, as dawn light pales. Seeking still their wandering brothers, stopping now at campfires dead, bending low over babes and mothers, where in deep swamp fastness fled. Lift they then their eyes to Yahweh, to the great one high above, pleading with sad hearts to Yahweh for his guiding hand and love. As the storm king lays the forest, so they vanish one by one, o'er the trail of no returning to that land of setting sun. Grant them, Yahweh, thy protection, give them wisdom, keep them strong, make of their lives clean and useful in this land where they belong. Bring unto them peace, O Yahweh, in the fullness of thy power. Lead them sureness to their footsteps, to lead them through their darkest hour. Peace, O Yahweh. Peace, O Great One. Yo, dude, you just got wrecked, bro. Seminole
From the
Indian.
1950s, and the Seminole Indians were Creeks and like escaped slaves who like mongrelized in the woods with a like remnant Spanish DNA. They're
Yeah.
not indigenous to Florida. I actually have an
Right.
interesting story.
You're
I
saying
was
they're
looking
not.
at,
You're saying they're. Hang on. You're saying they're not indigenous to Florida.
no, I was
I was only teasing.
okay.
I was only teasing. But you
This isn't
know,
me being like a schizo.
they're
Like
not
they
a.
actually aren't.
Well, I don't know. Is it a stretch to say I might have looked into them more than you?
Well,
Would that be a stretch?
I've studied them quite a bit as well. And the
Okay.
original like
All right.
Calusa and Guale people, they fled with the Spaniards to Cuba when the
Right.
Seminoles were given well, they were used to be
Right.
Creek and like Chickasaw, right? And the British gave them weapons and they came into the peninsula. And when
Right.
they came into the peninsula, the few Calusa and not Chickasaw, sorry, Timucua and whatnot, they miscegenated with them because they adopted Catholicism, right? So there was like a few Catholics left behind. But
Right.
this Tampa Tribune's from the 1950s. So how do I know this isn't like some missionary thing? Where it's like some Baptist or like Protestant guy like going in there because the Cherokee were famously like ultra Protestant, and a lot of these tribes were ultra Protestant. But I'm a bit
Okay.
skeptical of this,
That's
if you see
okay.
what I'm saying.
Sure. That's all right. Stay skeptical. But if this were true, if this were a Native American word, it would refute the notion that this is merely a regional storm god unique to the Middle East. My position is that it's a universal god of breath, the spirit, great spirit, breath giver, right? Almost every culture has a concept, a word for this concept.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost always attributed to a father, sky god. Yes, often a storm god. I'll give you that. It's often a storm god. And even here we see a reference to the storm, the stormy nature of the god. But to your point, okay, let's doubt it all. Let's doubt everything and say they could have been colonists. It could have been, I'm right there with you. I've got videos explaining how the Jews were some of the first to mix in with the Native Americans. But why was that? Why were the Jews some of the earliest to mix in with the Native Americans? It's because of how much they had in common, how much they recognized in each other's systems, that they found the most harmony, most in common. And part of that was the Great Spirit. And a big part of that was the lack of idolatry in the native Floridian people, be they Calusa, Timucua, etc. Yes, they might have had figurines and little animal deities, but they all believed and exalted the Great Spirit, the Great Spirit, right? And much like the Jews, he had a 4-syllable name, and the 4th syllable was too sacred to speak. Now, you brought up the question, oh, but what if that came later? What if it all came later? Well, I refute that by saying when this Spanish first showed up, the Timucua Indians chanted yo, hey, wa, 4-syllable, yo, hey, wa, or 3-syllable with the 4th one missing, just like in Hebrew religion.
Isn't there a place in Florida named Jova Beach for this reason? Like, wasn't there the
No, that's separate. That's the Jaga tribe, who's
okay?
also the Hobe or the Hobe,
Mm-hmm.
Jove. And Jaga is also sometimes pronounced Hewa. Hewa. It's Jaega. Some people say it Jaga. Some people say it Hegwa. Hegwa. You see that same breathiness to the word. But yeah, Job, it's where we get Jupiter. So Jupiter is there because it used to be called Hobe or Jove. And they based the word Jove there off of, I think, the Indian word Hegwa. Could be wrong. Job and Hagwa might have been 2 separate groups, but I know that they're both over there near Jupiter. But let me say this: the Timucua had the word Yo Hey Wa. they also used the word Jahve. The Seminole Indians used the word Jahve and Yahweh. The Timucua Indians, when the Spanish first showed up, the Timucua thought that they were so Jewish, assumed that they were so Jewish because of their practices, their habits, that they buried them with their feet to the east, even in the Christian missions. So to your point about, them possibly in learning about Yahweh from a Jewish pirate or, runaway colonist or explorer,
Well,
that
this
would
is in
have
the
all
1950s.
hang
This,
on,
uh,
hang on. That would have had to have happened sometime after, like 1600, 1700, 1800, 1900. Yeah, that could have happened before 1950, but it couldn't have happened before 1550 or 1560, 1570, when the first missions are getting set up in Florida. And you have, even then, before they'd even talked about the Bible with these people, really, they had already assumed that they had Hebrew lineage because of things like saying Yo Hey Wah, other things like, circumcision in different parts of Florida. Despite the abundant seafood in Florida, some of the tribes abstained from certain types of seafood, shellfish, even though there's so much of it. And yeah, you bring up a good point. Oh, earlier, I didn't get to address it, about all the Florida Indians escaping to Cuba. That's not entirely true. They did escape when the British took over. All the Spanish got together and said, "Hey, Indians, if you want out of here, now's your chance. Otherwise, you're going to get a whole new set of, overlords and stuff." So yeah, most of the survivors did go to Cuba with the Spanish, but a whole lot of them stayed. A whole lot of Calusa, a whole lot of Timucua and Guale, Appalachia. The few of them who did stay, they mixed into what became the Seminole Indians. Not a whole lot, because they didn't speak the same language as what the Seminoles were speaking.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of them did stay. And there are great Seminole leaders who had admitted Calusa lineage.
Oh, I don't
So,
doubt it.
yeah. So, the Seminoles are the closest thing, if not the same thing, as the original indigenous Florida Indians. The Timucua were super tall. The Seminoles are a little bit tall. The Timucua lived really, really long. The Seminoles live a little bit longer than the average, So
I was just going off of records. I got to go into the collections at the University of Florida and look at some old Spanish documents over Florida, which was really, really cool. The first Spanish period, not the second Spanish period. And the sort of demographic collapse that Florida underwent during sort of like the British colonial projects in Georgia with like Oglethorpe and in the Carolinas, it was quite massive. And your theory is probably still true. Like a lot of Calusa and Appalachia and Timucua and Guale were probably like kidnapped and forced to marry the proto-Seminole, right, like the Creek people coming down south. However, there was like a massive population collapse that I read.
Yeah.
Mr. Longo, or Dr. Longo, I should say. But I don't know, it was just like it was apocalyptic during that time, and also the element too of the Negro slaves hiding in St. Augustine and in other places, which is what provoked us Anglos to invade Florida in the first place due to the disorder that was occurring in Florida, and the Spanish promise of freedom as long as they converted to Catholicism and swore fealty to the Spanish king. That those groups intermingled, so the Seminole are like a very, very new people, almost as like you have the natives of Brazil, and then you have like a modern Brazilian who's like triracial, right? Like a modern Brazilian might have indigenous ancestry native to that region of Brazil, but they're like definitely something new. And that's sort of the argument that I think you agree with about the Seminoles. Like they're very much a changed people. And they're not the same.
Yeah.
Sorry if I'm being redundant.
No, that's all right. But hey, Hair, what's your real name? What should I call you?
You can call me Air Fitzroy. That is my last name.
Okay. All right, Hair Fitzroy. Thanks for
Sorry if I
calling
took too
in.
long.
You're good, man. It's okay. Thanks for calling in.
Yes.
Peace. All right, we got a female up in here. Play it cool, guys. Okay. Play it cool. Daisy, what's
Hey.
up? How you
Doing well.
doing?
How are you?
Chilling. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Vegas. I've called in a couple times before, but that was about a year ago or
Yep.
more. Because
I remember.
Anyway, I was less wanting to debate and more just to ask a few questions. I did acupuncture for the first time last weekend. I was so I'm looking up a bit more with like Chinese medicine and all of that and like feng shui. I was wondering if you know anything about that.
A little bit. Not really, but tell us about it.
Pretty much what I've been learning, and also I've recently been looking into human design theory.
Oh God.
Okay.
I think they put those needles in too deep.
I was looking at that before, but no, it's I found it really interesting. At least like it, I feel like looking at it, I'm like, oh, I see a lot of this in me, and I'm like, I get where this all connects. Basically, what it is it's like based on your astrology and planetary positions is how they get this metric. Or if you know more about it, I can explain it for the audience, or you can.
No, go ahead. I don't know much.
Basically, it takes those points and then it also ascribes them to different energy centers in the body. So a lot like chakras. And so then, you have like, your head and your third eye and your throat and, root and all the different zones there. And so it kind of says which ones are going to be more powerful for you. And then based off of that, it assigns certain properties. And so there's certain personality types or whatever. And so there's I think one of them is like it's manifester, generator, projector, reflector, and there's like I think one more. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't really believe in human design. I think any good that's in it is probably just what comes along with what it uses from astrology. Like the best parts of it is just what it takes from astrology. Plato, Socrates, these guys didn't know anything about human design. Okay, that was like manifesting the ejaculator and whatever. It's all I don't know. It's all very modern, and to me, it's what do you think is the value in it? What's the big value? Persuade me on it.
I would say I'm fairly new to it, honestly, but I think at least like when I was looking at mine, I'm like, oh, I see where this connects and lines with my chart. Another thing is it takes because it's supposed to be a little bit of astrology, a little bit of the like Tao Te Ching in Chinese, and then like a little bit of Kabbalah stuff as well. And so another thing is the Tao Te Ching. It's these little like symbols, and so it's like a series of either like connected or broken lines, and it has to do a bit with numerology. And so then it'll like kind of assign a certain like line segment, and it's also used in feng shui.
How easy is it to like do a chart? Like, do you generate it? There's a website you use.
Yeah.
You should do my human design.
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay.
No, and I only found out about this. I was got a reading with Robert Phoenix, and he set this up for me.
Robert Phoenix.
Yeah.
He got you human designed.
Yeah.
Damn. got you caught up in all this BS.
Yeah, let me see if I can find the website that has it.
I've heard I'm a manifesting generator.
That's
but
what I am too.
I've only been told that.
What were you
What's
going to say?
said
Okay.
I've only been told that. I've never like sought it out myself.
Yeah, let me see. I'm trying to find the link to it, and then I'll drop it in the chat here. But anyway, yeah. So it has those line segments, and they each kind of relate to certain numeral. Because like numerology, it'll say like, oh, you're kind of going to be in these like certain positions in different times of your life, depending on the numbers that you get. It has that as well.
Okay. Who invented human design? Do you know that much?
And this is where I'm like, no, I absolutely see why anybody would be skeptical of it, because it was this one dude, I believe, that was in Spain that just like suddenly like had this crazy vision or whatever, like all in one night, and like went crazy writing down everything.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
All right, well, no rush.
I found the link now.
What happened? You cut all your hair off?
Yeah, that was a while ago. Throughout my life, I've gone between long and short hair. It's a little bit longer in the back, but it's hard to tell.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Plus, I don't know. I feel like it's more flattering on me.
You said you're a Gemini?
Virgo.
All right. Yeah. Well, you haven't been on in like a year, right?
Yeah.
Almost.
No, but it's funny. I think that happened before when you tried to guess also. I think because I have Mercury in my first house. That might be part of why I would come off as a Gemini.
Right. Yeah. All right. You ready to human design?
Sure.
All right. Put her in.
Oh, I put the link in the chat there.
Okay. Do you need my birthday?
Yeah, figured, do you want to fill it in, or should I? Figure you have your information.
I'll tell it to you. You put it in.
Okay.
If that's all right.
Sure.
Okay. Let's see, guys in the chat. Tell us what you are. You're a manifesting generator, or a someone said there. A manifesting penetrator. Oh my god. This chat is. Yo, behave, chat. Oh wait, look at this. All right, we got chats on screen.
Oh, okay.
Chats are on screen now. So what's up? You like Falling in Reverse?
Is that to me?
No, do you know the band Falling in Reverse?
I've
You're
heard of
in
them,
Las
but
Vegas, right?
Yeah.
Las Vegas band right there. They suck, don't worry. They're kind of gay, but I like them a lot. Yep, Ronnie Radke. People know what's up. Hell yeah. Nice. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
You need my birthday?
Yes.
November 23rd, 1996.
And then the birth time?
6:45 p.m.
And then the town.
Boca Raton, Florida. Not many people can say that. That's like it's like the Shire right there. Boca Raton. Big flex.
Mhm. All right, for some reason, it's not letting me enter that. Is it part of a larger region?
Palm Beach County. Anywhere in Palm Beach County would work. So you got some people in the chat are jealous. You're doing my human design. Sorry, folks. Let's make this quick, though. I'm already not interested in human design.
But no, and I just got into it recently, so it's like I'm geeking out on it a bit, but I'm also like not fully invested, if you know what I mean.
Do you know what a geeker is?
I mean, I know like geek in general, but geeker, I'm not exactly sure of the specification.
Geeker is when we were growing up, like starting to smoke weed. If you coughed too loud, you'd get bullied, and they'd call you a geeker. It's fun.
All right, so I have it here. Am I able to share my screen, or
Yeah.
the PDF? Okay.
Yeah, try and at the bottom it says share.
Share screen.
It sounds like you're in the Eraserhead movie.
Oh, I got my fan going. I could turn that off if it's distracting.
No. It's funny. All right.
All right, so
Boom.
is it up?
Yeah. Check it.
So anyway, yeah, this is so pure manifesting generator. The pure is like a modifier. The other one that I've seen is emotional. And so basically that affects the way in which the manifesting generator applies to you. And basically it's like a dual type. There's like regular types, and this is sort of a combination of the two, and that's because with these centers displayed here, it has the connections between the two. And so there are certain levels. There's like the level in the head up here, and then there's kind of the center level and the bottom level. And so if you have connections between all three levels, then that's, it's the split here. Oh, excuse me. I'll highlight what I want you to. So it means that you have the splits between all three segments. And so that's part of why it's both. Basically, manifester means that you're more of a visionary, and that you are struck with ideas more often than most. And then generator means that you have the energy to follow through on plans. So some people are only the generator type, so they're not as good at being creative or coming up with ideas, but they're better at carrying out other people's ideas. And then manifester is like, oh, you come up with the idea, but if you're only a manifester, then you might not have the energy to carry it out on your own. You might need the help of other people a little bit more often. But manifesting generator means that you can come up with the ideas and then also carry them out.
That's crazy. So you mean to tell me only some people can come up with ideas and carry them out? How lucky am I? I'm only teasing. But
I don't know. I'm like, in general, like, how do you view like a lot of that, manifestation stuff?
I don't know. I just, in times of need, I pray out loud to a benevolent creator. Other than that, I don't ask for much. I don't know. I've always kind of gotten what I wanted. maybe in a bad way, like be careful what you wish for type of. That's always been my problem, is I always get what I want, so I got to be careful. But I don't know, these terms just kind of throw me off. They're so vague, like manifesting this
Yeah,
or
and
that,
so
and
basically that would kind of like play into this theory because you're like very quick at like getting a vision in your head or an idea, and then that thing happening in reality.
mm-hmm. Okay.
And so it could be positive or negative depending on your mindset. It's just that it happens a bit quicker for you than most.
What are the lines we're looking at? Like, what is?
So I would need to
organs?
look them up individually because Lord knows I don't have them memorized or anything. But basically all of these points are in the different centers. So like this one's throat, this one's root, and there are a few others here as well. And so they have these certain centers which are supposed to be different aspects of your personality, kind of relating to the astrology that you see on the side. And so it'll say like it could be like the ways in which you communicate and act in the world.
Yeah. Do you like astrology on its own?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, and I would say I've been into that for quite a while and then only found this more recently.
Wow.
But no,
Well,
like you mentioned, it's like astrology is the main base of it, and then this is like more of a bit of a detour, and that could be taken positively or negatively.
yeah. Human design is. Are there any good books on it that you'd recommend?
Not that I've found yet. I've only been looking into it for the past couple of weeks or so.
Right.
But like part of it would also be like, you have these connected lines, and so it has these here which you can look up. Like if you look up 1762, for instance, you can see that like, the number 17 and 62 are highlighted, and there's paths in between them. And so that would give you more insight into that connection and what that means. And then this is kind of what I was talking about with the Tao Te Ching, is the 2-5. That's more the numerological aspect, and so that puts you at like the hermit and the heretic, which is kind of like your.
Give it to me. Give it to me straight, Doc. Am I gay?
No, just a bit.
How long?
Not gay, but a little bit. The heretic being a little like against society, and then the hermit also being a bit more introverted.
Zesty's what you're saying. Okay. All right.
But no, and then mine was like the hermit and the role model.
Nice.
But yeah, so it was funny, like kind of learning about this.
Sounds like Eraserhead over there. You ever seen Eraserhead?
No, but I've been meaning to.
Yeah, don't watch it. You're not missing out on anything. We're here.
I do want to have kids, so I shouldn't.
Will you send me that link in the private chat to the website?
Yeah, I already did. Oh,
Well,
I can text it to you though too. All right.
Send the link. Can you copy it with like the birth data already put in, or will it make you?
Yeah, I can do that as a PDF and then send it to you.
Totes. I'm a bit of a PDF file myself, if you know what I mean. No, just kidding. Never. All right, Daisy. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you for having me.
Bye. And you too. Yeah, stay safe in Las Vegas. That's like major karmic mission going on. Las Vegas it's kind of like Florida. It's very transitory, like very people don't stay there long unless they have like a good reason to, kind of. But yeah, good luck in Las Vegas. All right, now we have Roselle. What's up? How are you doing, my buddy?
Man, I'm doing good, man. I honestly started watching your show with, I want to say the Truman Show analysis with Juan, like most of your film centric and entertainment stuff. I'm in Tampa Bay right now, so
Yeah,
definitely like looking into a lot of things ever since peeping y'all's show. And I left a comment about this already, but just to bring him up, why I got you here is there's a film called Dreamcatcher that came out in 2003, like Stephen King's Dreamcatcher adaptation of his book. And I was trying to like look for other films that might be related to Florida in some way, and I was kind of like reaching a little bit, trying to see if I can find like a Stephen King one. And Dreamcatcher actually may fit because with Stephen King, you may already know this, but like he has like a Florida home that he frequents during the winter. Like he like goes snowbird with it. And long story short, he wrote and finished Dreamcatcher, I think, in 2001, and then 2 years later in 2003, Dreamcatcher comes out, and the director of Dreamcatcher is Lawrence Kasdan, and he's from Miami Beach, Florida. And like I feel like the director is a little bit more interesting than the Stephen King connect, but Dreamcatcher was written primarily after Stephen King got hit by a van, and like a lot of his recovery time was in Florida, and I think it's like Casey Beach or something in Sarasota is where he lived. And I don't know, I just think that film may be something interesting to look into with that director Lawrence Kasdan, because I'm like new to all the shit that you've been like kind of bringing up, but I remember you mentioning like the JC stuff with people having like 3Ks or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Well, Lawrence Kasdan, like his last name already is with a K, right? And then he has 2 sons, and you know they share the same last name, and like also they're both like 2 J's as well, like I think Justin and Jason, I think. And I don't know, I just found that kind of interesting, but yeah, so Dreamcatcher, that may be something interesting to look into, may or may not be. But then outside of that, do you know of the artist named Doechii from Tampa?
No. Who's that?
Damn, dog. Really? I'm shocked that you don't know that. Well, Doechii is like, she won a Grammy, like one of the like most recent female artists to win a Grammy for hip hop, and it was her debut album. And she's from Tampa, Florida, and like TDE signed her. They just after they got rid of Kendrick Lamar, or like had the split with Kendrick and he went to his own record label, they signed Doechii. And like, man, I feel like if you do a deep dive on Doechii, like you'll pick up a lot of traction, because she's kind of like, she's in the zeitgeist of just all that goes on right now. Like she's connected to Katy Perry, Ice Spice, Doja Cat, like Tampa, you know, Florida, of course, and then you know, all the shit going on with like Kendrick Lamar, Drake. And like I find Doechii a very interesting character, because just being in the Tampa Bay scene myself, and like she's kind of like one of our contemporaries and like peers, like same age and like group of people. Like I caught like the tail end of her like leaving Tampa and kind of like going on her run. And what was interesting with Doechii is like I noticed a pattern, and it's kind of on some like urban legend shit here in Tampa currently, where it's like everyone that she would come like have a true connection with, she would basically like steal their mojo type shit, where it's like you would notice that the person that she was like frequenting, like either they were just close or whatever the relation may be, like they would become stagnant after like running into her on some energy vampire type shit, basically. Long story short. Yeah. And like the thing that I noticed though, dog, if you look into like that was just on the Tampa Bay level, but then once she took off, it's like it kept going, because then everyone that she would touch, it's like they have a huge ass fall off, or like some crazy ass shit is happening to them versus her. She just fucking went in like 2 years, pretty much like 2.5 years. She just skyrocketed and got a fucking Grammy. And it's like, you look, it's like one of the first people that she collaborates with is Kodak Black. And like Kodak, I swear after Kodak touched Doechii, like he started going even more wacky and having like the craziest shit happening with him. And like because he was way more stable before that time. And then like she ends up going on tour with Ice Spice and Doja Cat. And I don't know if it's just a coincidence, but it's like Ice Spice used to be thick as fuck and all this, and then all of a sudden she got
Thick?
skinny. She got skinny.
Oh, yeah. Now we're getting to the real research. Okay. Now
she got skinny, right? And it's like that was after touring with Doechii. And then like Doja Cat had like this like semi fall off, and then like the same thing I noticed with Katy Perry too, like when Doja started when Katy Perry started interacting with Doechii out of nowhere. But like yeah, I'm shocked that you haven't heard of Doechii, man, from Tampa Bay.
Shocked. Doechii. What type of music? Like pop, rap?
I'd say pop. I'd say whatever gets people listening, because her main forte would be on some like Nicki Minaj inspired kind of like female MC kind of thing, but then she just goes into anything that's kind of like hitting the waves right now. So it's like pop centric for sure, but I'm sure she'll get into some like, you know, punk rock or something, you know. Like I feel like she's basically, it's like Top Dog Entertainment is the label, and I feel like they've really leaned heavy into entertainment. Like I predict like she'll probably get out of music soon and probably just try to become a film star or something like that. Like the way that she's being kind of like pushed, it's like I wouldn't say she's a plant, but I almost feel like she actually she snapped because she said that she wrote this book before she became famous. She wrote a book already that says how she manifested where she got to. And she was like, whenever I make my first $1 million, she's like, I'm gonna release the book. And I'm still waiting for the book, but I don't think she's dropped it yet. And
is this a black chick or white chick or like mixed or what?
Black, straight black.
Okay.
Yeah. Black chick from Tampa Bay. Like she's talented, don't get me wrong, but it's like it's kind of interesting how she's going about it, where it's like I don't have really a left or right on like what I believe about her like morally, because the thing with the entertainment industry is kind of like, if you know what you're getting into, then you're trying to get the most out of it and get out. And I don't know how far if she was already talking about manifesting and doing shit before, she must have an idea of what she's doing, and she could be playing a game on them for all we know. But it's like she's pretty interesting.
Let me ask you this, because you might be the only person that I know who would know for sure. Is Ice Spice's hair color like, is that natural? Is it her natural hair color?
Man, I don't know, but what you're gonna say? It's like on some like clown type shit, Nephilim shit.
Yeah. I don't know. These hybrids, man, these half breeds with the orange hair. Have you seen this big explosion? Are gingers black? This discussion going on.
No, I haven't heard about that. Like, why? Why is that? Why is there a connection?
Well, there's a lot. There's a debate in the Bible. Like, do they have black woolly hair, or do they have woolly white hair, or do they have? Some people say reddish hair shows up a lot in the Bible. That there's ruddy complexions. But what's apparent to me is that when black and white mix, often red hair comes out of it. Like in the NBA, you see a lot of mixed race people with red hair. And a lot of Jewish people have red hair. Ice Spice having red hair. Her hair is like orange, red. So I imagine she dyes that at least a little bit. But also, what else is there? Redheaded women very often marry black guys. It's super, super common. And
Really?
redheaded women are often like bigger and like taller than other hair colors. That's very often the case. So there's something to like Nephilim DNA. There's something about mixed DNA, but I don't know. As far as industry plants in Florida, I do know that Ariana Grande comes out of Boca Raton, Florida, and she's Jewish. And Aiden Ross, just down the street from her, also comes out of Boca Raton. He's also a Jewish guy. I know that Ghost Main comes out of Lake Worth. He's like a goth, like rapper type guy. But I don't know this Dolce character because I don't listen to much rap or like pop. More of a rock guy, but
Yeah.
sounds interesting. I'm always keen on learning about prominent people from Florida. But
Man.
what do you think's the big push? Why her? What is she doing that Ice Spice can't do?
I mean, with Dolce, the strongest thing that she has, I still stand by this, but I believe that a black woman has the potential to be the most radicalized human being on this planet if they can like make it successfully through like this fucking filter. But long story short, I believe that it's like they're trying to use her to, like, her main controversy currently is that she has like this whole image that she hates straight men. Like that's her whole thing, where she's like, it gives her the ick. It's like a red flag just being straight. Like she said that on like this one video. Just the fact that someone's straight is a red flag. So it's like that's kind of like her push basically. But like
how do you spell Dolce? Is it like Dolce, like sweet, or like
no. It's DOECHII. Dolce. Chi.
Okay.
Energy, man. Energy vampire.
Dolce, yeah. Okay.
Dolce.
Yeah, first time I've ever seen a picture of her.
I will say she has the best BBL because it's like a believable BBL. It's like it's normal. Okay. It's like a normal butt lift. Like it has nothing to do with like an ant ass. It's like a normal BBL. But besides the point.
We've got a connoisseur in the house tonight. This is her.
Dolce, man.
Okay. She's got a fake butt for sure, though.
Yeah, she snapped because these two dudes were interviewing her and they're like complimenting her on her like assets, and she was like, "Yeah, like it's fake." And they're like, "What?" And they thought like they seen her in the gym and stuff. They thought she was just sculpting it herself, and she's like, "Nah, like I just went with the casual BBL."
Damn, dude, that doesn't ruin it for you. You'd still hit if they got a BBL.
Hey. This is about Dolce right now, man. This is about Dolce. But Dolce is the swamp princess, I believe she calls herself.
Does she have a Band-Aid on her hand, or does she have vitiligo?
Oh, vitiligo? I don't think she does. Like that must be a Band-Aid.
Okay, that'd be interesting. All right, another unremarkable person to add to the list. Just kidding. I don't know.
Man, I'm telling you, whenever you see like kind of like the fall off connection where it's like everyone that she comes into contact with, they end up having like a strange fall off period in their life where it's like, I feel like she's going energy vampire. I think that's like her steez, where because in Tampa, I feel there's a very like large crab in a bucket mentality here. So it's like, I almost look at her archetype where it's kind of like she's in her mind, it's like it's kill or be killed, kind of thing. So it's like she's not necessarily going at this from the standpoint of like, oh, I just want to like take over, like selfishly, but she's just kind of like, that's how it was for me. So like, why am I gonna like lay down for anyone else?
And she's like pushing guys to like hook up with other dudes.
Yeah, like she has this song that talks about how it's like she figured out her main boy was her main man was fucking like a down low dude, and she was just like,
hell no.
Yeah, she goes pretty hard on that tip.
Nasty. So whatever. All right. Well, thanks for telling me about her. Let me go get a poster and put her up in my bedroom.
Hey, man.
Well, all right. Any final thoughts? Anything you want to leave the people with?
Nah, man. I just definitely enjoying your series on like the films and connections to Florida, and I'm just gonna stay tuned in, man.
Well, thank you. Roselle, is that your first name? Roselle?
Roselle. Roz. Yeah.
Roselle. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you for tuning in. We're real glad to have you, and thanks for putting up with me. And thanks for bringing Dochi to my attention. Now she's on my radar. I'll see what I can glean from the news and stuff. But Roselle, peace, man. You have a good night. Okay, we're gonna take 5 more. All right, we got 5 more. Yoda Green, what's up? How you doing?
Hey, what's good, bro? Could you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Where are you calling
All
from?
right, just checking. Everything's good, man. I just wanted to kick some bobo with you for a minute.
Where are you calling
Appreciate all
from?
the good info you've been putting out in your videos and the live streams, man. Definitely good work. I mean, I can tell you do thorough studies and do your research, so I respect the due diligence for sure. I'm from Florida as well, Jacksonville, 904. So, fellow Floridian, I'm about my orange juice. But anyways, man, I really just was interested in your outlook on Christianity and things. My mom's a Christian, and she raised me in the church. I fell away from all that as I grew older because I seen a lot of hypocrisy, but I don't do religious dogma really anyways. And I don't do the cross. I do know that Christ is real, and I do have faith in all that, but I just think it's an interesting concept. You know, I like to hear everybody's ideas and takes on things, and your channel has a lot of interesting content, so this is a great place to do that. I don't know. I kind of got distracted by all that Dochi nonsense. I was trying to think of what I was going to talk to you about. Then I'm like, what is this Dochi shit going on here, man? But
well, you don't have. What do you have to talk about?
the cross. I guess I was going to say about the cross because I know the Christian cross is like the letter T.
Yeah.
I know that the Coptic Christians in Ethiopia, they claim to have like the oldest Bible and stuff. And then I go by the Ankh or whatever, the key to life. I just think that's a more original cross because it's like the womb and the phallus entering the womb, and it's like they call it the key to life or whatever. So
okay, so the congrats, the Ankh turns you on more than the cross. Okay.
Yeah, it's not 2 sticks on top of each other, you know.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a little more natural as far as nature's concerned, or a balanced situation.
Yeah.
But I don't knock people for their faith, man. I respect everyone's choice, and whatever brings them peace and makes their life make sense, more power to them,
Yes.
Honestly, I just wanted to say thank you, man, for all your hard work and all your efforts to bring the right truth and good information to the people. There's a lot of nonsense out there that just washed out, regurgitated nonsense. You got some original content. Just wanted to say thank you for that. And that's about all, man. I'll think of some creative stuff to share later on. I just wanted to touch base and say, peace and love to everyone out here. And I guess we'll catch up another time later. I don't want to hold you and keep on talking all night, but
you're not holding me. It's a
all right.
It's a call-in show, man.
For sure. Nah, man, you guys are all interesting.
About the cross. Let me address the cross. I don't think there's anything wrong with the cross. The Thor's hammer is missing one of those. Sometimes the Thor's hammer is the same as a cross. Sometimes it's missing the head. It's missing the head part. That's okay. That's all right.
Sure.
I'm not offended, or I don't think it's any different, really. With the onk, yeah, it's just a little bit more feminine. That's okay. But there's a reason, a lot of women are like, oh, the Bible, it doesn't have enough women. It's not enough feminine energy. And it's like, can't we have our own thing? Can't we have our own thing? You can, there, all this nature out there. Just go outside, go be in nature, girls. Don't worry about what's in the book. You have a book that's all black and white shapes on white paper, and they're upset that there's not enough nature and flowers and women and crying like, bruh, leave us alone, okay? It's a it's a patriarchal thing. It's understanding the Bible's talking about the Father God in the sky.
Yeah.
Don't expect to understand Mother Nature the best, through the Bible. I think you can, but that's not its strong suit. It's trying to understand and come close to the sky Father, the sky Daddy, right? That's the breath of life. That's a lot different than Mother Nature. So to me, Christianity, it is a patriarchal, masculine doctrine. Also, what is it? It's conquering the spirit of women. Now that might ruffle some feathers here.
Hey, they need some grounding every once in a while.
A little backhand of the fist never hurt. A little back of the hand.
No pimp smacking them. We won't do them like that.
Sometimes a woman doesn't let you get the last word. When a woman would, I don't know. I can't do a good Sean Connery, but Sean Connery when he talks about smacking women, always funny. But
yeah, man, I think you're on point.
Here, let me say this.
Not just Christianity, but
no, I'm gonna mute you. Hang on, don't talk over me. Hang on.
Sorry, my bad, bro.
That's okay. I think we got your mic's just loud or something. That's all right. Lucifer is liberty is the spirit of Lucifer, and it was woman who kind of. I'm not blaming them like the Bible does, but it's woman who succumbed. Let's not say, committed a sin. She succumbed to the deception. There's a lesson in that. There's a big lesson in that people need to get feminism out of it, take it out of the equation. Women aren't governed by logic or reason. And liberty, being the spirit of Lucifer, it has a very feminine tinge to it. So, like Roy Masters, hypnotist / philosopher, Jewish guy who became a Christian, somewhat of a Christian. He's like a New Age Christian, but one of his very impactful teachings is that, hang on, I'm getting some texts here, that all desire is feminine by nature. All desire is feminine by nature. So you need a masculine God, a masculine force to conquer desire. A feminine force cannot conquer desire. That's why it's always the knight cutting the head off the dragon, slaying the dragon. It's the woman who's been captured by the dragon. That's the same story as the serpent in the Garden of Eden. The woman being kidnapped by the dragon and the knight having to kill it. Women have their talents and their strong suits, but resisting temptation is not one of them. Or at least understanding, and men give into temptation. Sure they do. But women don't understand, are not governed by logic, and you can only fully resist temptation when you're wholly governed by logic and reason. So
sure.
That's my take on it. There is a feminine element to deception. There's women lie more than men. That's a fact. Women lie more than men.
Now, lie down or stand up, lie down. He's okay. They don't tell the truth very well.
And sometimes it's because they want to be pleasant. They're trying to say the pleasant thing, and they don't want to offend someone. They don't want to step on someone's toes. That's what succumbing to Lucifer looks like. Is sometimes you just want to be nice. Who's ever seen the end of The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, where the protagonist is caught by a murderer, and the murderer gives him chances to walk away, and the murderer doesn't know if he knows that he's the murderer yet, but the protagonist knows he's a murderer. But since he doesn't know that the murderer knows that he knows, he thinks that being polite to the murderer is his only way out, right? So by being too polite to the murderer, he literally welcomes himself into the murderer's home, because the murderer says, "Hey, what are you doing out here by yourself? Don't you want to come on in for a drink?" And the protagonist says, well, I don't want to be rude, so I guess I'll go in for the drink. And then boom, he almost gets murdered. That's the nature of a woman's relationship with the truth. And they value the truth. Not saying they don't, but they value things like pleasantries. And, they'll tell white lies to keep people happy or things like that. So they value truth. They value emotional truth over factual, literal, logical truth. So that's what I'd say about that. And if we can tie that into the cross is the cross is a masculine symbol. Okay. Deal with it. It's a statement, and I agree with it. Egyptian, all these mythologies and world and pagan cultures, they exalted the feminine too much. Fuck it, I'll say it. They exalted women and the goddess too much. Oh, the goddess, the divine feminine. The divine feminine is Lucifer. That I can say for certainty. This whole Kundalini activation, wow, mumbo jumbo, light language, all that fucking bullshit, okay? All that, yeah, that's the divine feminine running rampant. That's the divine feminine running rampant. No, unbridled, unbalanced. The divine feminine wants you to let your guard down, wants you to be like, oh, that Bible? Yeah, fuck the Bible. I don't know jack shit about the Bible, but when it comes to questioning it, oh, now I'm suddenly an expert. Yeah, the Bible sucks. Doubt everything. Let the divine, what's fucked up? You know how many people repeat this same bullshit? Yeah, it gets me worked up. You know how many people repeat this same bullshit coming into the bookstore? Yeah, I'm more spiritual than I am religious. Religion's like too much dogma and I don't know anything about the Bible, but I know that it's corrupted. I'm an expert in knowing that the Bible's corrupted and that the divine feminine is really what we should all be talking about, and they should have put the divine feminine more into the Bible. Durr.
Wow.
That's like 2025 New Age Joe Rogan adjacent community rap in a nutshell.
Yeah, that's like Silicon Valley Hollywood nonsense.
Sorry, ladies.
Sounds like.
Ladies, I love you out there, but we're talking philosophy and theology here. We're not talking about oppressing women. We're talking about the feminine spirit that's unbalanced by the masculine spirit. Mother Nature's Mother Nature. She has her own thing. God in heaven, that's his own thing too. The God in heaven, the Father God in heaven, is the author of Mother Nature, not the other way around. That's why we look to the sky god, to Father in heaven, for the original instructions, for the source coding of the universe. That came first, then came down there. That's okay. The sun's light came, and then the moon receives it. One had to come before the other. And if it's not a temporary thing, if it's not a temporal thing, it's just what would the word be? Primacy. Primacy. It's a matter of primacy, not priority. I don't know if I said that right. Like the sun comes before the moon, not necessarily in time, in sequence, but in primacy. I think that's right. The right word.
I couldn't agree with you more, man. As far as the Bible's concerned, I know I read that it tells the wives submit to your husbands, and you know they need the support and the guidance or the firm. You know, I feel like sometimes they don't really know what to do until they're told, in a sense. Not saying you could like run their the whole life and tell them everything, but like they need that firm support and that guidance, you know, to kind of carry on, it seems.
Yes.
And
100%.
I mean, in nature, that makes sense too, because that's balance in nature. You're going to see the same thing, even in the animal kingdom. It's, you know, there's everything was made in pairs. So, you know,
You bring up a good point about the Ankh, though. I don't hate the Ankh. I just hate the notion that femininity is somehow lacking today, or you know, or that symbols are like wronging the feminine by like being too masculine. I would also say that the anchor, the Ankh, is an anchor. Ankh is one of the oldest words known to man. So is anchor. It goes back to Enki. Enki. And Enki had a pet dragon named Kor or Kur. So we get Enki and Kur. And Enki is like the Ankh, and Kur was like the rope, like like a very long dragon, almost like a serpent, like the rope that would hold on to the Ankh. That's where we get the word anchor, Anchor.
oh
And
yeah, that oh sorry.
Ankh, what's the difference between an Ankh and a cross? An Ankh is an anchor. You can tie a rope onto an Ankh. That's what an Ankh is, an anchor. One and the same. Now, did you know that the anchor was one of the earliest symbols or items of veneration for Christians? And some early Christian, what's the word? An anchorite is a religious recluse. Anchorite. So there's Christian anchorites, and to be an anchorite means you're a recluse or a hermit, right? So there's also religious. Hang on.
The Navy uses the anchor religiously.
You don't say. How insightful.
I mean, there's
Right.
got to be something to these symbols. There's got to be a little bit more something powerful behind these symbols. Why would they use them, right?
This is what I wanted to show you. You know about the Saxor stones, right?
Yeah, I seen that video. That was great. I need to go check some of them spots out. I've been trying to get around to those locations and go see them for myself, but
Look at this real quick before I let you go. In Jerusalem, or sorry, in Israel, off the coast of Israel, there are, in Florida, we'd call them Saxor stones, but there are ancient anchor stones. You see this?
Yep.
Chiffon
Hmm.
in Hebrew means anchor-shaped colt stone.
Oh, wow.
These were worshipped by ancient Israelites, you know, the local pagan populations in Israel too, in the Levant, but also early Christians. Early Christians sometimes venerated these stones. And of course, the stones up where Noah's Ark is said to have landed, the Drogue stones, those all have crosses carved into them by crusaders like 1,000 years ago. So that's all the gravy I have on Ankhs. And what have I made you feel a little bit better about the cross? Just a little bit?
Yeah, actually a lot bit, because you know, people got their different twists on things, and you'll hear a lot of different stuff out of people, and that makes a lot of sense. And them stone anchors too, that's really interesting information, because That's like the original. That's the real deal, where it all comes from.
Yeah. Well, thank you, man. Thanks for calling in.
For sure, bro.
Yoda Green. Where are you
Yes,
from,
sir.
dude? What's Canada?
I'm from heaven originally, but I'm in Florida now.
Where are you from? Where's your accent from?
Oh man, I don't know where it came from. It must have just came from inside myself. But I have Moroccan lineage, so I got North African, and but I was born here in America, so I'm totally Americanized.
Tell me a state. What state were you born in?
Oh, up north, you hear my northern accent.
Yeah.
I was born in Minnesota, man, for real.
Okay. Yeah, Minnesota. That sounds right. Say
Yeah.
Minnesota again.
I don't want to. I'll sound Canadian.
That's all right.
Minnesota, yeah. You know I'm from the north, but everyone in the south gives me a hard time about that accent too. They're like, "You're not from Florida." I'll be like, "All right, give me a break."
That's all right. We still love you, man. Thanks for
All right,
calling
for
in.
sure, bro.
Yoda. Peace. All right, we got like 3 more. Kumba the Great. Your equipment's not hooked up. All right, there you are.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Kumba, what's up? Yes, I
Hey,
can.
man.
How you doing?
Good. Thanks for having me on the show, man. I like a lot of your work. I'm also vegan, flat earther. Agree with you on a lot of stuff, man. Wanted to get your, I hear you say you're Christian. Seem
Yeah.
very logical and stuff. So first of all, I just want to say, what do you consider being a Christian? What does that mean specifically to you, or what do you think it means in general?
Yeah. So number 1 in the name, I'd say that a follower of Jesus Christ, or whatever Yeshua, whatever his name was, whatever. Jesus Christ, a believer that he was more than a prophet. He was a son of God, that he came to earth to save us. Not to save us like if he didn't come, we wouldn't be here. To save us from a faulty system of blood sacrifice. So one of my questions that I ask people is, do you commit animal sacrifice? If they say no, I say, well, you're essentially a Christian, because that operating system, the notion that we don't need to sacrifice animals, is, in my view, a uniquely Christian perspective. Hinduism, Buddhism, not all of them, but in Hinduism, in Buddhism, in Islam, in Judaism, of course, they sacrifice animals routinely. And we can disagree about sin and what sin is or what sin isn't, but almost every culture had a concept of paying back for sin, or paying God just to say thank you, maybe, and doing that with animal blood, or worse, human blood. Jesus Christ came to earth 2,000 years ago and largely put an end to that practice. It wasn't just a Hebrew thing or an Israelite thing. Like we've said already on the show a couple times, the Irish did animal sacrifice and human sacrifice. The English, the South Americans, the North Americans, the Africans, the Asians, every culture dipped their toes into it and has blood on their hands a little bit. So it's not until Christianity, it's not until Jesus Christ comes to planet Earth and acts as the savior and messiah of every religion on earth, of every culture, not just the Jews or the Israelites, that's his gift to the world, is the freedom from the crushing debt of generational blood sacrifice, sin offerings. And it's like taking out a loan to pay back a loan. You take out a loan, you owe money, and then you take out another loan to pay off that loan. That system, that cycle never ends unless you pay off the debt 100%. Jesus paid off the debt 100%. Now, people still are caught up in things. Animal sacrifice still happens, but it's done in the dark. It's shameful. It's looked at as barbaric and low. Only certain people, only certain groups are allowed to do it in broad daylight. And so it happens, we still have free will. You're still free to sacrifice whatever you want. But to me, not only because I'm a vegetarian, but I grew up hunting and I grew up in a very Jewish area too. I'm just fundamentally opposed to animal sacrifice. And I think to me, that's the greatest blessing that Jesus gave to the world, was not just paying off the debt of our sins, but paying off the debt of the system of how we used to pay off our sins. That's to me what being a Christian is. It's also, of course, I shouldn't skip over this, being a good person, following the seven, doing your best to overcome the seven vices by exemplifying the seven virtues. Christianity has a unique take on virtue and vice that's not included in Mosaic law. It's not the virtues and vices and the dangers of the vices are not well enough laid out and warned about in the Old Testament way of thought. It's the New Testament system. Jesus also is, considered by many to have coined or invented the concept of personal accountability. Meaning if I sin, it falls on me. My kid can't pay it off. That animal I sacrificed can't pay it off. Maybe temporarily you can pay it off, or you can delay the debt, but it always comes back heavier, more expensive. So being a good person, of course, hopefully is the goal of every world religion, but I think Christianity does the best job of pointing it out to people. And to me, that's I'm sure I'm missing a whole lot, but that's what it means to me to be a Christian. I feel blessed. I don't have to sacrifice animals.
That's a beautiful take. I've never really heard a take quite like that. But if this person did exist the way that you say he did, I would be a Christian too. But here's another thing. Do you believe the Bible, the modern King James version, verbatim? And are you that type of Christian, or And another thing is, as much as I like your take, and if it was true, I would agree with it. You know that most people don't really have that take, obviously. So what they have typically another different take, but I can see how you could tie it in so eloquently like you did. But so you believe in the Bible like wholeheartedly, 100% type of thing, or are you just more so a follower of Jesus and the teachings of Jesus?
Well, I think being a Christian means that you choose the teachings of Jesus over anything else in the Bible.
Okay.
Now, the Old Testament is necessary to understand the New Testament. And just because the Old Testament has a lot of evil or discrepancies, contradictions in it, even additions, interpolations maybe.
Mhm.
The Old Testament reflects man's mindset in those ancient times. So let's say God said, yeah, nothing but goodness and harmony in the Garden of Eden. Well, clearly we're not still in the Garden of Eden. So something happened that pulled us away from that original perfect original design. Every world religion is just trying to do their best to understand how or why. So Buddhism has their own collection of texts, and Hinduism has their own collection of texts, trying to understand the origin of humanity, the origin of sin, origin of, religion, right? But there's murder, there's all these things in the Old Testament and the other world religious texts. We're not endorsing everything that happened in those old texts, but those old texts are trying to address the origin of, like, Cain and Abel, the first murder. It happened at some point. If the Bible is trying to address those, I'm not seeing that as the Bible it's a 100% historical document. I think it is largely historical, but when we say Cain and Abel, I'm okay with interpreting that as the first murder. or the concept of the first murder. It doesn't have to be the exact story of Cain and Abel. We're the only two brothers in the world. They're the only person to ever murder up until then. I'm okay with giving it a little room, a literary device, literary license to tackle big concepts with small stories. Sometimes in a movie, 20 people get reduced into 2 people because you can only hire so many actors. You can only keep people's attention on so many things at once. So sometimes in real life stories, there's, 5 people, they get reduced into 2 or 1. That to me is the Bible. It's okay if the Bible uses that. So there's a lot of aspects to the Bible being the one true word of God, or it being like infallible. I believe the Bible is the divinely inspired works of man inspired by the divine. I leave a little room for, Cain and Abel might not have been the first ever murder, although there's nothing wrong with reading it like that. So I wouldn't go as far as someone like Jordan Peterson to say they're just psychological like lessons or allegories that never happened. I would never say that. I think it's all historical. It's all literal. But and like when they say does that answer, or does that
Yeah,
maybe
actually,
give
yeah, it
me more
does.
guidance? Give me more guidance.
No, I like your take. I'm with you so far. Like, if everyone would accept what you're saying, I would be a Christian too. So, but here's the thing: like most people that go to church and they call themselves a Christian, and they don't think like that. And one thing that I disagree with a lot of people, when I go to church and the Christians I know of, they're totally against things you might call magic or supernatural or things that Jesus actually talk about doing, along with the veganism, but he would, heal people, or, a lot of people in the Bible would do like amazing feats. And a lot of people are like, oh, that's of the devil. Every tool that they practiced or used or studied, or, you can't, or you call the devil. That's one thing that, I don't know if that's how you feel, but, a lot of Christians do. What is your take on that?
Well, don't worry about what other Christians are doing.
Right,
Don't
right.
don't worry about it. We can draw an analogy in like any field of study or any industry here. I like to use the orange juice analogy. I like orange juice. It's one of my favorite foods. But most people don't drink orange juice that's up to my standards. That's okay, because I know where to find fresh squeezed orange juice. So I think you're expressing a sentiment that many people share in, but I think it's misguided, where they say, well, many Christians are doing it wrong, or many Christians don't understand this, so there must be something wrong with Christianity. And I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm just saying, a lot of people think like that. Or they're worried, I don't want to end up like them. I don't want to end up fearful of things for no reason. I'd say that orange juice, unpasteurized orange juice, the fresh squeezed good stuff, there's nothing better than that. Then there's nothing that we can say negative about fresh squeezed, unpasteurized orange juice. To me, that's what Jesus is. Fresh squeezed, unpasteurized orange juice. Now, it's true. Most people drink the stuff that's stepped on. Pasteurized, concentrated, frozen, reconstituted, all this bad stuff. Or even worse, Fanta, Sunny D, things that are it's imitating orange juice. It's not even close, right? It's imitating orange juice, but it's not even the true thing. That's largely the case with mainstream churches, with most Christians, yeah, they're okay with not so great stuff. But that doesn't prevent you or really have any bearing or effect on you seeking and finding unpasteurized, fresh squeezed organic orange juice, because it's there. It's easy to find. You
I
find it.
like that.
So just because all these Christians are getting it wrong, and in my view, in my mind, they're not getting it wrong. If they're a little bit afraid of certain things, I like to use this analogy too. Sin is like rain, or evil, the world, this evil world. It's like a rainy day. You can't blame people for trying to get out of the rain. They're trying to get out of the rain, and some people are going to run to the first big building that they can see. They might not know that that building might have leaks, but it's better than being out in the rain. So Christianity, it's like it's a roof that keeps you out of the rain. Not saying you're not going to be 100% dry, not saying it's the best place to stay forever, but the big churches, that's how I see it. You can't blame people for trying to get out of the rain. They run to the first building they can, and if it's keeping them dry enough, they'll stay there.
Yeah.
Right? They're still out of the rain, and I see Christianity as, even if they're afraid of what's outside, or they're afraid of the thunder, or things they don't understand, they demonize it and call it evil. They're erring on the side of safety, because ultimately you really don't need any of this stuff. I like astrology. I love astrology. But do you need it to be a good person? You definitely don't. Do you need to be a vegetarian to be a good person? No, you don't. So I'd say that the virtue comes first, and Christianity does a good job of dealing virtue and helping people understand virtue and vice. Now, there's things about Catholicism that I can't stand, that I would never teach someone, and I'd say that is counterintuitive. That is going to hurt you more than it helps you. But in general, Christianity, if Catholicism is the only way or the first way that someone comes to understand Jesus or comes close to Jesus, that's good enough for me. And personally, I don't feel entitled to a perfect church. I don't think there is such a thing, I think you're going to have to wait till you die for perfect, pure, unadulterated, uncorrupted religion, and and a chance to understand God fully in a single dose, all at once, with no corruption or pollution or confusion. You're gonna have to wait till you're dead for that one.
Yeah.
So it's all a mystery down here, and it's all a little bit confusing. It's all churches competing with each other, but I'm okay. I feel blessed to have even heard about Jesus. If it weren't for these churches and all these, maybe I might have never even heard of him. So,
Well said, man. Well said, man. That was good to hear your thoughts on that, and I'm glad you said what you said, because it really resonates. And I'll let your other callers get a chance, and I'll call you back some other time, man. Keep it going.
Kumba, is that your name?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for calling in, Kumba. Where are you calling from?
I'm on Cali.
Nice.
Cali, yeah. LA area.
Oh, were you safe in the fires?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I was
Good.
not too far from there, but yeah, I was safe. Everything good.
Nice. Okay.
Yes, sir, man.
Well, Kumba, man, you have a good night.
You
Thanks
too, brother. I'll holler at you another time, man. Keep it going.
Peace. Thanks. All right, we got two more. Grand Theft Torino, what's up?
Oh wow, can't believe I made it. So I was born in Florida originally, and I moved to Tennessee when I was about around 10 years old, and then my parents moved me back to Florida, and it was kind of hard for them to get like good paying jobs. So they ended up moving to North Carolina, and it was like really disappointing because I was like, this was like junior year of high school. I was in Florida. I was really enjoying it, and I visited Florida a couple times, like in between since I've been in North Carolina, and I've just noticed like it's it's like very different, and so I started like watching your videos and like getting into like old world type stuff, and I was just wondering if you plan on making more videos about South Carolina, because I think it's interesting because that whole state, I'm also very interested in the occult. I think the whole state's like very controlled, and like you have the Murdaugh murders and that kind of stuff. But I think it's very interesting that at a certain point, there were shoot, I forget where they were from, but you went over I believe they were Turks in South Carolina. There were Turkish people in South Carolina, and
Yeah.
I think that's really interesting because, like I said, I also lived in Tennessee, and there's I don't know if you're familiar with the Mungalian tribe in the mountains of Tennessee. Okay,
No.
so there were these people that lived in Appalachia in Tennessee, and like for years they were kind of like the Romani immigrants in Europe. For years, people made up like rumors where they were from and stuff, and they did. They were thought to be Native American for like hundreds of years, and they did genealogy, like DNA testing on them, and it came back that they were actually, they're actually like West African, mixed with like I believe it was German ancestry, so they have like a biracial ancestry, and they're almost like a Amish sort of like they were kind of living in the mountains for the longest time, similar to the Turks you went over. And it's just very interesting because like the way they explained it is, oh, it's just like, you could, they didn't outlaw interracial marriage or whatever. Like their ancestors are from like the 1600s, and I just think that's very interesting. And I think really across the whole country, I'm not going to say that Florida is not special, but I think across the whole country, you can kind of look, and you can kind of see all this stuff that kind of doesn't make sense about the US, like mainly Chicago. Like Chicago, I believe the first mayor of Chicago was African American, but if you look up Chicago on Wikipedia, they would have you believe that Mormons pretty much founded Chicago, and that's it's just so stupid. And if you look at manifest like Destiny era religions, like religions that came out during the manifest Destiny period, such as Mormonism, Rosicrucianism, Jehovah's Witnesses, Seventh Day Adventists. I think it's very interesting that the Mormons have a fascination with like South America. It's in their texts. And I think it's also very interesting that, the Rosicrucians are like interested in Egypt or, stuff like that. So I just think it really like what you talk about with Florida and the old world influence and like the Moorish influence. I think there's probably a lot more of that like hidden within the other states in the Bible Belt.
Sorry, I was muted. What state? What state are you in? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I accidentally muted myself
Okay.
when you were muted.
Sorry. Yeah, I was muted too. What state are you calling from again?
Did you hear all the other stuff though? How long was I
Yes.
muted? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
No, I heard
I'm
you.
calling
Yeah.
in from North Carolina, so
Right.
but
Okay.
I
Hey.
think about Florida a lot.
Well, what's
And
up, man? You got to start Old World Carolina YouTube channel. I'll give you
North
the rights.
Carolina is not that interesting historically, and it's very I think it's very like kind of hard to talk to people. There's kind of an openness about people in Florida. People in Florida just like don't, care. Like they're kind of just out there and like crazy and just wear what they want to wear. And I think people are more like silent and judgmental in other parts of the Bible Belt. But I think North Carolina is interesting though because I'm not by the coastal area at all. But I think it's very interesting that Blackbeard was killed in North Carolina. Like it all kind of ended for him on towards like the beach area. So my main point is I think a lot of other states tie into Florida. Um, just like you did a video on Texas and South Carolina, I would like to see you like learn about the Mungalian tribe in Tennessee and Appalachia and other stuff like that. Especially
Okay.
because quartz crystal is in Appalachia, so there's kind of a lot of crossover you could do.
Yeah, my goal is to like for the other states is to just do a trip to each one and like kind of make a one-off documentary video on each state, um, without going too deep into them, like the Texas one. But Southeast United States, I'm always going to talk about Florida, Alabama, Georgia. If I ever run out of stuff in Florida, I will just kind of branch out more into the Caribbean and Alabama, Georgia. But that's still all my breadbasket. The Gulf of America, Gulf of Mexico, the true Fertile Crescent.
Yeah. I'm like curious about South Carolina because it's so like I just visited Florida a couple weeks ago, so we all had to drive through there to get back to Florida, drive through South Carolina, and there's just all these like billboards that just say Jesus, and like you think he's a restaurant located somewhere in South Carolina. But the point is I watched a documentary about this lawyer that like murdered his family in South Carolina. I don't know if you're familiar with. He's like a Murdaugh. He's like a generational
Yeah.
lawyer.
Yeah. Also
But
a red,
it just
also a 6'4" redheaded Nephilim.
yeah, that's true. I actually have red hair, and my parents don't have red hair, and I'm like 3/4 Sicilian ancestry. And one thing I've noticed about me and my dad,
The angel Gabriel's like rubbing his hands together right now. Just kidding.
that's one. But yeah. So I noticed my dad and me like whenever we're in Florida, like our hair like curls up, but it doesn't do that when we're in South Carolina because we're like both
Yep.
Sicilian. So I think it's also interesting because there's so much sand in the grass in South Carolina and Georgia and Florida. And my dad was when we lived in Florida, he was an officer on Clearwater Beach, and he said that a lot of the sand was imported, though he didn't know where it was imported from. But the point is I think it gets really hot in North Carolina, but there's not a lot of sand. There's a lot of like red clay, just like Tennessee. And it like when it's hot and humid, but there's clay in the ground instead of sand, it's just like you're about to pass out. Like I used to, go outside in Florida and not feel anything at all. And like, but I would be working outside in North Carolina and always feel overheated, dehydrated. And I think it has a lot to do with like the sand is there's just sand everywhere in Florida, even in the grass, you know? So I think that kind of has like a cooling effect, and it kind of wicks the moisture out of the air in a way more effective way than just clay does, because I think clay just stores like hot moisture and it slowly comes out of the ground, and you end up just overheating throughout the day. So yeah, I just think it's really interesting though with South Carolina. I don't know that much about South Carolina, but it just strikes me as like there's not a lot there, but there's like also a lot of like wealth inequality, and there's a lot of like grassroots Christianity. It just kind of strikes me as like an old world, like it could have been an old world hub at one point.
Hmm. Yeah, as far as taking a boat across the Atlantic, Charleston's always been a hub. Um, the blackest parts of America are New Orleans and Charleston, to my knowledge, because of all the ships going in there. And then also all the churches. Charleston, what they call it, Churchillston or Church City, right? I think that's true. But yeah, I love South Carolina and North Carolina. I grew up spending the summers in North Carolina. Went to a summer camp in North Carolina. Spent a lot of time in South Carolina. It's the best place to be out in the wild, to go camping for the summer. The Carolinas. Florida's good, but you want that elevation. You want to see some cool stuff. You want to go on hikes. Florida's not the best for that. There's all the rivers and creeks and waterfalls. Man, I love Asheville, West North Carolina, West South Carolina.
Well, Asheville's like the more liberal part. I don't really like where
You
I
don't
live now
say.
in North. Well, it's more open minded. What I was gonna say is like Florida's almost like the New York of the South. It's always been like a melting pot, but like other parts of the South doesn't feel like that at all. And I was raised Catholic, so I always kind of felt like a misfit in other parts of the South, like Tennessee and North Carolina. But like I felt more normal in Florida because there's so many Catholics and Greek Orthodox people and Jewish people living there. I just felt more at home. But the interesting part about Western North Carolina right now is they had all those hurricanes boomeranged out of nowhere, and I think they said something about Kamala Harris's husband or something, like co-owns a company or something like that. But basically, there's all these tourist places in Western North Carolina that are hugely affected by the hurricanes, and they're speculating that people are going to try to buy up the land where the hurricanes hit and turn that area into like a big lithium mine.
Yeah. Yeah, we've done a couple show on that. The quartz crystal sand in North Carolina and also the lithium. Yeah, who knows? Have you ever been to Siesta Key?
No, but I've been to Daytona and I've been to Naples, and I grew
Yeah.
up in Tampa, so I always went to like Clearwater Beach.
Clearwater Beach? What the hell?
Yeah, but that Clearwater's changed a lot since I've lived there. Apparently, it's all owned by Scientologists now. It's even
Yeah.
on the local news. It's not a conspiracy. Like the Scientologists have totally bought that place up. So
Yes. Yeah, it's true. Unfortunately, I plan on doing a Scientology documentary soon.
oh,
I've got a good contact in
I'm
Clearwater.
excited.
Yeah, but I got to get my book out first. I'm working on a book. Once that's done, I'm going to go ham on videos again and do
Yeah,
more driving around Florida.
it's funny because I watched this show called The Boys on Amazon, and they like parodied. Sorry, they
Parodied.
parodied. Yeah, sorry, I got two teeth like taken out of my mouth, so that's kind of like like. But so yeah, so they had a character that was basically in like a fictional version of Scientology, and it was like a running gag throughout the show. He would like offer people like Fresca drinks. He'd be like, "Do you want a Fresca or something?" Well, my dad was like beach patrol police on Clearwater Beach, and he did other police work too. And the Scientologist, this was like in the mid 2000s, and he ended up having to retire because he got into hit and run accidents, and he got a pension. But before that, he was like well aware that other officers like did side work for Scientologists in Clearwater, and they even tried to buy the Scientologist offered him like drinks, and he was like, there was probably like Sprite or something. And I was like, I wonder if it was Fresco like the show, but it was like they were coming on to my dad, like trying to recruit him like a their own personal police force. But yeah, it's really funny to me because I really like the studying occult stuff, but I mean Scientology is just totally left field, even from like occult like religions or something like that. Like I think Scientology is like kind of universally dogged on. Um, like, but the locals of Clearwater are very hesitant. They're very like in arms about the Scientology stuff. If they were like Amish or something like that, they probably wouldn't care as much. It's just kind of, I don't know, it's something to see. But yeah, and I know they threatened a guy that owned a bar in
Hey,
South Carolina.
speaking of the Amish, just like Clearwater, the Amish have their own town in next to St. Petersburg. Wait, no, next to Siesta Key. Sorry, next to Siesta Key, they have their own town called Pinecraft. Pinecraft, where the Amish and Mennonites. It's the only place that they vacation and let it loose.
Oh, okay.
Pinecraft, Florida, next to Siesta Key. So if you go to Siesta Key, you're likely to see a Amish or Mennonite girl on the beach. Some of them wear bikinis. Some of them actually
That's
wear
crazy.
bikinis, and they literally Siesta Key Beach, Pinecraft, Florida. It's the only place where the Mennonites and the Amish lower their like strictness, and they're like, all right, you can wear the bikini, but when we get back to Pennsylvania, you're back to normal.
Yeah, I'm definitely familiar with the Amish in Ohio and Pennsylvania because I spent some time over there, like summers and stuff. So I know how they are over there, but I never expect them to pop out in bikinis. Though they're really addicted to Starbucks coffee. They'll run into a mall. I've seen them in Ohio run into a mall and bolt straight for Starbucks. They're like really addicted to caffeine over there. It's like their meth, pretty much.
Yeah.
Just like Mountain Dew cases all around. But anyways, that reminded me just real quick, this last thing I wanted to bring up is so it escapes me, but there's a new Catholic community. There's like a college and it's right past the Seminole like reservation. I don't remember what it's called. There's like a big new church there, and there's like a Catholic college, and it's like kind of like an all Catholic town. I visited it a couple years ago, but that's not the interesting part to me because I'm not really big into Catholicism right now. But what I noticed is like the Seminoles, like outside of where this Catholic town is, which man, I wish I knew the name, but they kind of built it up out of nowhere. Like it's kind of like a brand new community, but there's still all this like Seminole reservation community outside of that, and it's just very like old world. Like they have like kind of like shacks, and it's kind of like very Haitian looking. Like they have like old looking houses, and I don't know. I just think that'd be like an interesting. Have you ever tried to like interview like Seminoles and like try to bring up the like funny Jewish stuff to them and ask them what they think of that kind of stuff?
Yeah, only on like Instagram. Um, I can't say that my friend Shem, Dustin, shit, I shouldn't have said his name. I don't know. Fuck. All right. Everyone scratch that. No one heard that at all. My friend Shem of Tartarian Truth is. I shouldn't have said that. Fuck.
He probably would have done it
He
too at
doesn't
some
care.
point.
He won't really care.
Oh,
But
okay.
no one's watching this. It's like 4.5 hours in. But Shem is part Seminole Indian. Shem's part Seminole Indian. And he found that out after I met him. So I definitely talk a lot about it with him. But there is no, I've never talked to a Seminole Indian in person about that stuff. I've got a couple on Instagram that I talk to, pretty regularly. And when I first started my YouTube channel, it seemed like I had hundreds of Seminole subscribers. Now, I don't know if there's just more of other people who aren't Seminole, but it seems like I don't have as many direct Seminole supporters anymore. I don't know. Maybe I pissed them off. Maybe they don't like being called Jewish, but
They're definitely not benefiting from it, so I wouldn't want to be called Jewish either.
Well, they're headquartered in Hollywood, and they're the first tribe in America to do the whole casino thing. So you tell me what's what.
Yeah, I mean that's partially true. So I mean I agree with that, but I don't think it's.
Oh, let me say this. But I have had that discussion with plenty of Jewish people and one or two rabbis too.
Yeah, I have seen some of that on your channel as well. And I think my final question would be, do you think there's any like sort of, so, like speaking of Jewish people, you could kind of look at like Italians. I was going to talk about me. I'm Italian here, kind of hand in hand.
Easy here.
I'm not a big Sam Hyde super fan. That's probably what you're worried about or what I see you repost that guy. But no, I love Jewish people. I think they I kind of miss them in North Carolina sometimes. I think they make there's more bagel places thanks to them. So
It's funny you say that. The worst bagel I've ever had in my life was when I was in North Carolina. And I wanted a bagel really bad, went to a bagel place. There was not a single good bagel in that whole store.
They're like hardtack bagels in this state. They don't even have Einstein's.
I feel so bad for people in Carolina. They've never even had a real authentic bagel.
But yeah, so I think it's interesting. It's kind of a side note real quick. James Franco, I think he has like some European ancestry, but he's like Cuban. And I went to high school with a lot of Cuban and Puerto Rican people, and it was like a majority Hispanic high school because that's what I was zoned for. And I had a particular friend who's a Jehovah's Witness. It's kind of unrelated, but he did a genealogy test. And he was like telling me like his grandma was Japanese, and he already knew that. But like the funniest thing to me, and this was like very foreign, and I hadn't watched your videos, like he had like all this Scandinavian stuff on his DNA. So it's like I don't know. It's just but I'd be really interested to see if like Italians. I know you did a video on the Greeks immigrating to Florida.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to know a little bit about Italians, I guess, but Frank Sinatra kind of colonized Florida.
A little bit. I'd say that, as far as you said, your buddy's Italian and he found like Norse, like Scandinavian DNA.
Oh no, he was Puerto Rican and he found that.
Okay. Well, yeah, lots of early settlers there did a lot of mixing with the hot, spicy, hot, smoking Puerto Rican mamacitas.
Well, I think like my main point is like that, before New York, I think the Caribbean and, Florida was like a major hub for European immigrants.
Yes. Yeah, it's true.
And it's kind of unlike that in parts of North Carolina. It's just like mostly German people. And I know Tennessee had a lot of Jewish German people. And there was, I don't know if you know who the Hawk Tuah lady is.
Yeah, that's a
They,
psyop. She's not Jewish.
I don't know. I kind of believe
No,
it because
come on.
I'll
That's
just say,
like
well, let me just say this:
yours. No,
there,
no, no.
there, there's historical evidence that there were more Jewish immigrants in Tennessee than other parts of the Bible Belt. But
Well, sure,
uh,
maybe. But here, let me say this though. Hawk Tua, if you really wanted to persuade me on that, you should go Hawk
yeah,
Tua, Hawk Tui. Like Tua.
yeah. I mean,
That's the
I don't think she's Jewish anymore, but I think a lot of Jewish immigrants in the Bible Belt kind of abandoned their religion in like
it's
the 1800s and such.
yeah. I mean, maybe. What do they say? If she had a DNA test and they found out she was Jewish,
Ashkenazi Jewish, yeah.
well, I don't know that. I thought that was fake. I thought
I
that
don't think
was
it's fake,
fake
and
news.
there's a lot of, I think 98% is kind of beyond belief, but
It's
you
like,
say,
it's one of those like beach ball memes where like if you're the first to type it on something, everyone like upvotes it. Like for example, have you seen that chick with the blonde hair, with the blonde dreads, who raps about like taking shrooms and smoking weed and
oh
stuff
yeah, I know who
like
you're
that?
talking about. Isn't
She has
she
like
part like
moss.
Native American or something like that?
Forget it. But she has like moss growing on her and like
Oh,
blonde dreadlocks and stuff. Not that there's anything wrong with cute blonde girls with dreadlocks, okay? But she is like totally uh you know contrived hippie look. Like and everyone comments on her page. Her parents work for Lockheed and Martin. No, they don't. That's not true. The meme became more famous than the truth. You know what I
well,
mean?
it was Howie Mandel did a DNA test supposedly, but we don't know like if that was
Okay.
really accurate or not. But that's how she found out is she was on the Howie Mandel show and he did a DNA test for her.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think my main point is I think there's just certain parts of the South that were traditionally more of melting pots than other parts of the South. I think you said that South Carolina is a very black area, and so is North Carolina. But outside of that, like there's like no diversity at all. Like there's not a lot of Jewish people, like we already covered. So I don't know.
Good.
I just think Florida's always been like a very open-minded area, and that's kind of one of my favorite things about it is it's always been a melting pot, even before New York, which is everybody looks as New York is like the melting pot of the country, and I think it's kind of always been Florida.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. And even you covered like Russian. You said there were like Russian people moving for like the hot springs and stuff, and like I don't know. It's just like that's just kind of something exceptional. I mean, Florida's very beautiful, and I guess it's just a great vacation spot. But I think there's just something very magnetic about the state where you have all the people from other parts of the world. And it's reminding me of the Coral Gables video you did, which I tried to watch, and I was like, "What?" I watched probably like half of that, but what was like the point of that video?
I don't know. But I'm getting a little tired here.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Sorry. Let me
But
get
weren't you saying with that video like Ford is
which
like basically like an energy magnet or something like that, or like with the airport? Do you remember that? Like the airport stuff, like you had the old airplane commercial and that kind of stuff.
I don't remember. Too many
Okay.
videos.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. I think you should
Right.
explore that more. That I think Florida's a lot. I think it was just more of a metropolitan hub than other parts of the country, and they don't really talk about that in schools or anything like that. They kind of gloss over it, and I just think that's one of the most interesting
All
things.
right. All right. See you later, man. Kirkwood, what's up? Keep it short. Your last one tonight. Well said. Most insightful guest tonight, if I may say myself. Kirkwood, love you, man. Longtime supporter. Kirkwood, you have a good night. Hope you fell asleep all comfy with your iPhone next to your head. You there? All right, well, that's it. Kirkwood, you got Michael in the chat too. Guys, we got into one more. Brady Crow, what's up? Can't make it. Call in soon. Call in next week, Wednesday. Everyone have a good night. Thanks, everyone. Peace. Here, let's do this. All right. Good night. Peace.
Yep. Wild Indian, yeah.
Hey, V, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy fugazi. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double some. She a bad woke chick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some one-on-ones. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Die about our freedom, we'll leave a cracker stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky dog, child's play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we bought a corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Like my niggas said, bitch, we the sheets. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfuck the thief. In these streets like EBT, when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand, it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get little buddy these hands. He wasn't no abo man. A lot of these dudes is Sambo man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth as an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance, or you can post date it. Ask around, I'm the most hated. Straight sacred, they stole acreage. Go ape shit, show ain't shit. It won't be televised, I don't tape shit.
Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the sheep.